So when you hit the snooze button right now, are you having some derogatory words about me when you do that? No. Yeah, I'm not really sure about that. So, all kidding aside, I appreciate it. I know every morning's they're early mornings for you guys. I don't know what time your work schedule. Some of you may be up this early, some of you may not. So I just wanted to say thank you for what you're doing every day, and your guys have always been on time. You know, we've had some weather issues, more on the way, it looks like. We'll deal with that as they come up, but I just want to say thank you. I was thinking about you guys this morning and thinking that you guys were probably cursing me out a little bit.
That was last week.
All right, so, that was last week? All right, that's fair. Now you're definitely buying lunch. No, I'm all kidding aside. So, I just want to confirm, you know, there's not a lot of room in here. I just want to confirm we don't have any issues. Everyone would be able to see the witness. Juror number 8, are you having some concerns there? If we can, we can try to move that. We can move it over into here for a little bit. Mr. Decker, I don't know.
I'm happy to do it.
And I know it's not your fault. It's not your fault. Why don't we take that?
What he's trying to do is move this banker's box back.
Some of you.
This one.
So when you hit the snooze button right now, are you having some derogatory words about me when you do that? Come on up for a second. No. Just real fast. I'm not really sure about that. So, all kidding aside, I appreciate it. I know every morning's they're early mornings for you guys. I don't know what time your work schedule. Some of you may be up this early, some of you may not. So I just wanted to say thank you for what you're doing every day. And you guys have always been on time. You know, we've had some weather issues, more on the way, it looks like. I'll deal with that as they come up, but I just want to say thank you. I was thinking about you guys this morning and thinking that you guys were probably cursing me out.
That was last week.
All right, so, that was last week? All right, that's fair. Now you're definitely buying lunch. No, I'm all kidding aside. So, I just want to confirm, you know, there's not a lot of room in here. I just want to confirm we don't have any issues. Everyone would be able to see the witness. Juror number 8, are you having some concerns there? If we can, if we are, we can try to move that. We can move it over into here for a little bit. Mr. Decker, I don't know.
I'm happy to put it
And I know it's not your fault. It's not your fault. Why don't we take that?
What he's trying to do is move this banker's
All
box
right, we're on the record.
back.
This is State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. It's indictment 19-02-0283. Can I have the appearances to counsel for the record? Come on up for a second. Just real fast. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Monica Mastalone on behalf of Mr. Paul Caneiro, who's present in court.
Morning.
Good morning, Judge. Andy Murray from Mr. Caneiro.
All right, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Caneiro.
Morning, Your Honor.
All right. So, Lieutenant, you want to come back up?
Judge, as he's coming up, could we just be heard very
Sure,
briefly?
of course.
on the record?
All right. Prosecutor, when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning, sir.
Now, I think where we stopped is we'd be just about to begin talking about the next day, Wednesday, November 21st, 2018. Do you recall that day?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you recall where you first went investigatively on that day?
I believe initially to the Ocean Township Police Department.
Okay. And what was the purpose of your response to Ocean Police Department that day?
Waiting on search warrants for a car that Mr. Caneiro drove to the Ocean Township Police Department the night before.
Now, was there, ultimately that day, was there a specific vehicle that you searched at the Ocean Township Police Department?
Yes.
And which vehicle was that?
It was a Porsche Cayenne.
Okay. And did you learn prior to that where the vehicle had been located, at the time of the fire?
Yes.
Where was that?
It was in the, I guess, the westernmost garage at 27 Tilton. And at some point during the fire, Mr. Caneiro removed it from the garage and parked it on Tilton Drive.
And where was the vehicle located upon your arrival at the Ocean Township Police Department?
It was parked in their Sallyport.
And as far as the search goes, can you tell us how that's conducted?
It begins with a series of overall photographs of the exterior of the car, then overall photographs of the interior of the car, and then starting at one side, systematically searching the entire car.
Can I have the back table, please? We're going to go to what's previously been marked as S1A. Can I have slide 135, please? Now, do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what's that show?
That's the Porsche Macan inside the Cayenne parked inside the Ocean Township Police Department Sallyport.
And who took that photo?
I did.
Can I have slide 136, please? And what's that show?
So that's one of the series of overall photographs where it began. It's at the front driver's side corner of the car.
And slide 137. What's that show?
It's the open cargo area of the Cayenne.
Okay, and generally speaking, what do we see in that photo?
You'll see two bags. One on the left is it's a pillowcase that I had filled with Mr. Caneiro's medication. The day before, it was asked that we collect some medication for him. I went in the house, collected that, put it in that bag, brought it to him and his family. The night of the 20th, I took it and secured it in the car pending the search warrant. And then the bag to the left is a book bag that was in the back of the car.
Okay. Can I have slide 138, please? And what's that again?
That's just a close-up photograph of the bag.
Now, once the vehicle was photographed, did you ultimately examine the contents of that bag?
Yes.
Okay. Lieutenant, I'm showing you what's been marked as S159 for identification. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what is this?
It's the book bag, that black book bag from that photo.
Okay. The book bag's inside this packaging?
Yes.
Just want to talk a little bit about, and you can, if you don't mind, you can leave the PowerPoint up just for ease. And we can always go back to the home screen if it's too long. I just want to show you slide 140. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what is it?
It's an automatic knife that I found in the book bag.
Okay. I have slide 141. And what's that?
That's just the opposite side of that knife.
And then I'm going to show you slide 142. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what is that?
That's the knife with the blade extended.
Yeah. I have slide 143. What's that, Chef?
That's a FLIR,
What's a FLIR?
forward-looking infrared radar. Basically, it's like it detects heat signatures. It attaches to, in this particular case, an iPhone at the bottom.
And slide 144. What's that?
Those are an assortment of keys that were located in the book bag.
Now, the photos we just looked at, where were they taken?
They were taken at the Ocean Township Police Department. You'll see the plastic underneath. That's the cargo area of the Cayenne.
And can I have slide 145, please? You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a piece of paper with writing and numbers.
Okay, and
Looks like dates.
okay, you said there's dates?
I believe those are dates on the right-hand side.
Are there universities listed on there?
Yes, there are.
And you said these were all photographed at the Ocean Township Police Department. Was that during the course of the search?
Yes.
And These items that we've discussed thus far, where were they located?
In the book bag.
Can I have slide 148, please? What do we see there?
The passport, United States.
Slide 149? What's that?
That's who the passport was issued to, Paul J. Caneiro.
Now I want to show you slide 150. That's what that is?
Yes, I do.
What's that?
That's a pinch and seal, like a Ziploc bag.
Okay. And did you ultimately open that?
Yes.
Okay, what was inside that?
Paper towels, and inside the paper towels was a barrel of a gun, and at the time, an unknown, what I described as an unknown firearm part.
Okay. Can I have slide 151, please? What does that show?
So that, in the front of it, I'm sorry, if you're looking at it, it's going to be to your left on the bottom is the gun barrel, and then to the right would be those unknown firearm parts.
Now, I'm going to approach and show you what's been marked as S-162 for identification. Let me ask if you recognize that.
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
This is that automatic knife.
Okay. And can you open up that magazine? Are you able to hold up that knife to show what it looks like? And how does that operate?
The backside of it.
Can everyone see? Okay.
So you just push this upwards, it extends it, and then to retract it, it doesn't go, you just have to pull it down.
I'm going to approach and show you what's been marked as S-160 for identification. You recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
It's $168 that I found in that bag.
And I'm going to show you S-161. That's what that is.
It's the white foil child-resistant pitch and slide bag with that held the 9mm barrel and the unknown possible firearm.
Okay, can I have slide 150? And what is that again?
That's the pinch and seal, pitch and slide Ziploc style bag.
I'll show you what's been marked as S-176 for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is?
The 9mm Paris Sig gun barrel from the foil bag.
Are you able to open that?
Yes.
possibly display that for purposes of jury being able to see?
Right now, it's in a little Ziploc bag that was the barrel was put into it by the state police when they examined it. I'm going to take it out so we can. Take it out here.
Now, I think you said that ultimately was examined by the New Jersey State Police?
Yes,
And which division of the state police?
the ballistics lab.
Okay. And was that later returned to you, or did you pick that up?
Yes.
Now, what is the purpose of that barrel? What does it do?
Oh, just generally speaking, the barrel of a handgun or any type of gun. It's how a bullet is expired out of a handgun. Once you pull the trigger, the bullet goes down the barrel. It's got rifling in it. It helps with accuracy. The bullet then spins outside the front of it. This particular barrel has at the end of it a thread, which allows certain muzzle devices to be attached to it.
Now, I want to show you first what's been marked as S-163 for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
I described it as a Gorlish mesh and canvas bag containing miscellaneous wires and accessories from the black book bag.
Like phone wires and cords and things?
Yes.
Now, let me show you S-164. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What's in there?
It's an Audi key from the black book bag.
Did you locate an Audi vehicle at the property at 27 Tilton Drive?
No, I did not.
I just want to show you S-177. You recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
That's the unknown possible firearms parts that were in that pinch and slide bag.
Okay. Can you open that up?
Sure.
Can you show us what's in that?
Sure.
That box? What is that again?
This was the unknown firearm part.
Okay. Was that ultimately sent to the New Jersey State Police ballistics unit as well?
Sorry. Yes, it was. It was sent as is. When I found it, it was in those separate parts, and this is how it was returned.
Okay, and again, slide 150 is on the screen.
Yeah.
Is that where that item was located?
Yes.
Okay. And just,
Wrapped in the paper towels.
can I have slide 152, please? And just going back to the barrel on the side, is that present in that photograph?
Yes.
What else is present?
Paper towels.
And then slide 153. What do we have here?
The unknown parts, as I found it in the three separate parts.
You can go back to the home. I'm going to show you what's been marked as S-165. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a key ring with the nest fob and dollar fob and then the serial number and two master lock keys from the black book bag.
Did we look at a photo of that earlier?
I believe we did.
Can I have slide 154? I'm sorry, 144, sorry. And is that what's depicted on the screen at 144? Is that what you just
Want me
described?
to do a circle? Or it's the set of keys at the top right-hand corner with the, I guess, that little blue rectangle device on it.
Okay. And is there another key that's depicted that we already discussed?
Yes,
Which key is that?
that would be the Audi key. That's the car key to the left.
Now, within that bag, did you locate any, like a wallet or credit cards or anything along those lines?
Yes.
Can I have slide 139? You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That's a black leather-like wallet that I found in the book bag.
And ultimately, in preparation for your testimony, were the items within that wallet and the wallet itself, were they displayed for court presentation?
Yes.
Let me show you what's been marked as.
S-168. Do you recognize that, Lieutenant?
Yes, I do, sir.
What is that?
That's the black leather-like wallet, and then all the cards that were found inside of it.
On 168, do you see any names on any of those cards?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and the majority of them have whose name?
Paul Caneiro.
Okay. Now, is there a Macy's card?
Yes, there is.
And what's the name of that?
Yazel Restrevo.
Okay, and is there a Mr. Caneiro's license?
Yes.
Let me show you S-166. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's an Anchor Power Cord 1300 in a hermit shell case from the box book bag.
S-166, that's the Anchor Power Card?
Yes.
Okay. I want to show you what's been marked as S-175. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's miscellaneous family mail and papers and financial documents from the black book bag.
We're generally belonging to.
Mr. Caneiro.
When you say Mr. Caneiro, can you just be more specific?
Paul Caneiro, sir.
Did you find other personal items, financial documents and the like?
Yes, sir.
Just going to show you what's been marked as S-174. You recognize what that is?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's an envelope containing 17 U.S. savings bonds.
Savings bonds?
Yes, sir.
In whose names, if you recall?
Caitlin Caneiro and Marissa Caneiro.
Are they in all the same denominations or different denominations?
If I remember correctly, I'm going to look at the different denominations.
Show you what's been marked as S-172. Let me ask you if you recognize what's in there.
Yes.
What's that?
It's an envelope with various credit cards and a leather case with a Colombian currency, Canadian coins, and other assorted cards.
Colombian currencies, that was it?
Yes.
Show you what's been marked as 173 for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What's that?
It's a T-Mobile SIM card that I found in the book bag.
And S-169.
It's a leather passport, a holder with a U.S. passport for Mr. Caneiro, Paul Caneiro.
Is that the same passport that we saw on that, on the screen just a little while earlier?
Yes.
I just also want to show you, I think it's two S items from the background. That's 170 first. You recognize what that is?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
It's a FLIR 1 Pro thermal camera for iOS.
Was that what we saw earlier on the screen?
Yeah.
That's 143, or slide 143 of S1A. Is that what's depicted in that envelope?
Yes.
And lastly, S171. You recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a Mantis X firearms training system from the book bag.
What is a Mantis X firearm system, if you know?
It's a device that you attach to a firearm that you can dry fire, meaning pull the trigger of a firearm without ammunition in it. It records data from that, such as the angle of the gun, the barrel, all that stuff, and it sends that information to an app.
Don't mind me. Sorry about that. Now, the items that you just identified and described, were they all found within that backpack?
Yes.
Now, the items within the backpack, were they ultimately seized and secured?
Yes, they were.
How does that happen?
So, after the photographic documentation, they're inventoried at some point, put on a evidence property receipt to generate a chain of custody. Then they're secured in my vehicle and then ultimately transported to our office where we have a secure area. It's a temporary evidence vault. It's enhanced security on it, and it's stored there pending either processing, should the evidence dictate that, or submission to the lab for further analysis, or put into our main evidence vault for long-term storage.
Now, as part of your job responsibilities as a crime scene detective, are you often tasked with delivering items to labs like the New Jersey State Police Laboratory?
Yes.
Okay. And does that include physical evidence?
Yes.
Does that also include at times ballistic evidence?
Yeah, that's all physical evidence.
Now, after the search of the Porsche Cayenne and the backpack were completed, did you return anywhere?
Yes.
And what you got?
27 Tilton Drive,
Okay. And what was the purpose of you going back there?
to execute search warrant at that residence.
We're talking about which date now, just to be clear.
The following day, the 21st.
Now, upon return to 27 Tilton, like what was the plan? What was the purpose at the location now?
So it was to conduct a systematic and thorough search of the home and the vehicles that are on the property.
Okay. Now, fair to say you photographically documented and kind of surveyed the location pretty thoroughly the day before?
That's fair to say, yes.
So is there a point in time on Wednesday, November 21st, that you're going to now look for items specifically of potential evidential value?
That's correct.
And can you tell us how you started doing that on the 21st?
So my plan that day was to grab another detective from my unit, Detective Robert Flanagan. Him and I were going to start on the top floor, pick one room, we'd pick the master bedroom, and then we would systematically go from bedroom to bedroom, searching. Second floor, first floor, and then end in the basement. And there was a second search team comprised of members of the Ocean Township Police Department and the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office, who would then follow us and conduct a secondary search after that.
who touches items of evidence? Who touched items of evidence on that date?
Myself, and then during the secondary search, I believe there was a couple other items that were located that members of the Ocean Township or the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office located.
Now,
Ultimately, when they found those items, I'm sorry, when they found those items, they would notify me. I would go photograph it and actually collect it at that point.
now, do you recall where you started locationally or physically within the home that day?
I believe it was the master bedroom, second floor.
Can I have slide 72, please? You recognize that?
Yes,
What's that show?
that's the master bedroom.
Okay. Slide 78. You recognize that?
Yes.
What's that show?
So that was with the mattress and box spring of the bed in that master bedroom removed to show the articles that were underneath the bed.
Slide 79, please. What's that?
That's a Pelican Storm case that has a padlock on the, I guess, the lower left side of the case.
Okay, was that ultimately opened as a result of your search?
Yes.
Next slide 81. And that showed what?
That's the bottom of the case. It had an identifier called Caneiro, 27 Tilton Drive, Wayside, New Jersey, 07712, and the phone number. So Wayside is a section of Ocean Township.
Okay, and slide 80, please. What does that show?
That's with the case open. You'll see on the left-hand side a flashlight, and to the right is a magazine, what appears to have a bullet in it. Just above that are pieces of grips that you can attach to the firearm. To the top left is a knife. To the right is a box of ammunition. And then to the far right is a Walther PPS 9mm semi-automatic handgun.
Okay, was that weapon there, was that ultimately taken to the State Police Ballistics Unit?
Yes.
Was it tested?
Yes, it was.
Show you first what's been marked as S-178 for identification. You recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
Can you open it up? Can you show us what that is? Does that contain the entirety of the contents as slide 80 at this point in time?
No.
Okay, why not?
The handgun was removed for submission to the State Police Lab for testing.
Let me show you. Keep it, please. Keep it that way. Lieutenant, I'm going to show you what's been marked as S-179. Can you tell us what it is before you open it up or show it to anybody?
The Walther PPS 9mm handgun, serial number AE0967 with magazine.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen,
You're now going to be shown a handgun. I want you to know prior to the handgun being shown here today, it's been checked by law enforcement, both from the Sheriff's Department and by the prosecutor's office. So you should not have any concerns about that. But I want to make sure you knew that before it was showed to you today. Okay? Go ahead.
Can you open it up, Lieutenant? Okay, are you able to take it out of the box? Sure. Display it. What are we looking at?
This is the Walther PPS 9mm handgun.
And along the lines of what the judge was just telling the jury, there's something here, correct?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a gun lock, cable lock,
And what's the purpose of that?
to prevent it from being charged, putting ammunition in and firing.
And is the gun otherwise safe for any other reasons?
Yes.
Why is that?
It does not have any ammunition in it.
Okay. Take that back. And again, the gun that you just displayed is the gun that was found in that case there?
Yes, sir.
You can go back. Now, can I have slide 82 of S1A? Now, Lieutenant, can you tell us what that photo depicts?
Two holsters. One's a handgun holster. The one on the right and the one on the left is a magazine holster.
Now, can I have slide 66, please? Let me show you what's been marked as S180 for identification. Do you recognize what's in that bag?
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
Two holsters from the master bedroom. They were just in the photo we just saw.
Okay. You said it was, that's what was in the photo we just saw?
Yes, sir.
I just have slide 82 real quick. So instead of opening it, what's in the bag, exactly what's depicted in slide 82?
Yes, sir.
Now, going back to slide 66. Did you continue your search of the second floor of 27 Tilton?
Yes.
Okay, and slide 66, do you recognize it?
Yes.
And what is it?
That's the room that was identified as Mr. Paul Caneiro's bedroom.
Ultimately, did you conduct a search of that bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. Was anything recovered from there?
Yes.
What was recovered, if you recall?
Another handgun and a laser training tool.
I have slide 68. What is that there?
It's a laser light laser training switch kit for a 9mm handgun.
And can I have slide 69? What is that?
That's the laser target.
Now, what is the purpose of that, if you know?
So again, it's another dry fire training device, but depending on the model, you either insert a laser into the barrel of a firearm where you can shoot it, pull the trigger without discharging any live ammunition at the target, and it records where it would hit on the target. Some of them have a specific handgun, like a plastic handgun that does that same thing, but depending on the model, it's all the same principle though.
Let me show you what's been marked as S182 first. Okay, see if you recognize that.
Yes.
What's that?
That's the laser light laser training switch kit.
An S183.
This is the laser light target TLB-1. What's in this picture right here?
So does the slide 69, does it accurately depict what's located in that the bag in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. And again, that would be the laser target S183, is that correct?
Yes. 183, yes.
Can I ask you to open that, please? Can you hold that up just so you can see it? And just to be clear, can that be utilized with a actual firearm?
Sure, you could shoot it with a regular firearm, but it'll destroy it. But no, it's designed specifically to use that laser to record where you're hitting the target.
Now, can I have slide 66 again, please? That's still Mr. Caneiro's bedroom, correct? Paul Caneiro's bedroom?
Yes.
And you talked about something else that was located there, correct?
Yes.
And what was that?
Another handgun?
Okay.
I thought it was.
Sorry, right. Let me show you S-181.
Can we just approach quickly?
Sure.
Lieutenant, I showed you what's been marked as S-181, correct?
Yes.
And what is this again?
It's a 6-hour P228 semi-automatic handgun from the drawer in the built-in front center bedroom, so Mr. Paul Caneiro's bedroom.
Okay, what's the type of vehicle, weapon?
It's a 6-hour P228.
Okay. Now, can you open that? Can you possibly hold that up? And Lieutenant, has that been made safe previously?
Yes.
And there's no magazine in there, correct?
No, there's not.
It's not loaded?
No, sir.
Is that fairly and accurately? Is that the gun that you recovered from the drawer in Mr. Caneiro's bedroom as depicted in the slide that we looked at?
Yes.
I don't think we looked at a slide.
Can I have slide 66? Slide 67, I'm sorry. We didn't look at that. Now, what's depicted in that photograph?
That would be the handgun that I just displayed.
And that is found where?
In the Mr. Paul Caneiro's bedroom in a drawer, in a built-in.
Now, go back on page, sorry. Ultimately, did that conclude the seizure of evidence on November 21st in the second floor of the 27 Tilton House?
Yes.
Okay. And did you then proceed to another location? Okay. And where was that?
I believe it was the basement.
Okay. Now, I'm not going to belabor this. I know we've seen many of these, but can I have slide 85? You recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. And what does that just show right there?
That's the basement stairs. They're leading upstairs. You're in the basement. To the right would be the unfinished portion of the basement, and then to the left would be the partially finished portion.
Can I have slide 91, please? What are we looking at there?
So that's the unfinished portion of the basement where I'm standing towards the front of it, where that entrance was I was just describing.
Okay, and just with respect to what we looked at previously, did you conduct a search on the finished side of the basement?
Yes.
Were any items of evidential value were they seized, located and seized there?
Yes.
And what was that?
I believe they were some financial records.
Okay. Now, with respect to the unfinished side that we're looking at here in slide 91, did you conduct a search of the entirety of that unfinished side?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, I guess, let me just show slide number 92. What is this area?
So this is, I guess in the foreground of it is the top of a workbench, and then that's the slotted board that's on the wall directly behind it.
Okay. Can I have slide 95, please? What do we see here, Lieutenant?
So those would be assorted rifles and magazines against the wall, and that would be located to the right of that workbench. To the left in this photo were ultrasonic gun cleaners, then the workbench would be right to the other side of that, to the left of that.
What's an ultrasonic gun cleaner?
So it's a device used to clean firearms. It's filled with solution. The firearms are placed inside of it, and then through sound waves, they're ultrasonically cleaned through cavitation. So that solution will permeate the handgun in places that like a brush can't traditionally get to and clean it.
Okay. And up in the, if you're looking at the photo, up in the right-hand corner, there's like an area of something that appears to be black.
Yes.
What's that?
I described it as a flak jacket or a bulletproof vest.
And just next to it, what are those?
Those are to the left, sir.
Yes, sir.
Above are what I described as long guns.
Okay.
So they're rifles, shotguns, the sort like that.
And above the rifles and shotguns, like, what are those things?
Those are various magazines.
Okay.
So those would hold ammunition.
Now,
In slide 95, next to what you describe as the flak jacket or the bulletproof vest, I'm pointing at something. What is that?
Those are paper targets.
Okay. And what are paper targets?
So those are used in at a shooting range, so you can shoot them.
So you can shoot
Yeah.
just the target that you shoot.
Just the target you shoot.
Can I have slide 119? What are we looking at?
It's just a close-up photograph of all the magazines and some of the long guns.
Slide 93. What do we see here?
It's a partially burnt box of nitrile gloves,
What color were they?
black.
Can I have slide 94? What are we looking at in this photo?
Partially burnt nitrile gloves
Okay. And where were they located?
on the workbench.
There's slide 9. Let's show you what's been marked as S194. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
It's a large mass of nitrile gloves from the basement workbench at 27 Tilton Drive,
Is that displayed just so that it can be seen?
so they can be seen without actually handling them. Some of them have some heat damage to them.
And then I'm going to show you S185. Do you recognize it?
Yes,
What are those?
it's a partially burnt box of gloves plus black nitrile large gloves from the workbench.
Is that, what's in that bag there? Is that the same thing that we saw in that slide, I think it was 93, just previously?
It was 93, yes. We just saw it. Yes,
That slide 93 right there?
yes.
And then I'm going to show you what's been marked as S186.
Yes,
What is that?
the nitrile gloves from the basement workbench. Again, packaged so everybody can see it without handling it.
Slide 91, please. I think we've looked at this, but was there anything physically within this photograph that ultimately became significant or was searched by you at that time?
Yes,
And what was that?
it would be a gray metal locker.
Now, when you encountered that gray metal locker, was it secured in any way?
Yes, it was.
And how was it secured?
By a shrouded padlock.
Okay. And what's a shrouded padlock?
So it's a padlock with the extra security. The shackle part, the loop, is protected by extra metal. It helps prevent tampering and makes it very difficult to break in.
Were you able to get into it?
Eventually, yes.
How'd you do that?
Bolt cutters.
Can I have slide 98, please? What do we see here in slide 98?
So that's that metal locker opened, and that's the contents of one of the shelves.
And what do we see in there?
Directly in front, you'll see 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like 7 handguns that are attached to the back wall. A blue training pistol in the foreground, some holsters, magazines with ammunition, and other assorted ammunition above it. The red boxes. Then you'll have ammo cans, metal cans at the top shelf on the left, and then underneath that, the bottom shelf there, there's another assorted metal ammunition cans.
Sounds stupid, but what goes into metal ammunition cans?
In this particular case, ammunition.
Boxes or assorted rounds?
Some of them were boxes, I believe. Some of them were just assorted loose ammunition.
Have slide 99. What do we see here?
That's that shelf directly below all the firearms, and then you'll see 4 ammunition cans, and they're all labeled. On the left is 45 ACP. Now moving to the right, the next one over is 9mm. The next one over that to the right says 9mm at the bottom, and then above it, it says 124 green, and then all the way to the right, 9mm, and then above that subsonic, and then in this picture, I can't read the 2 labels underneath the 9mm.
Okay. What is subsonic? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. Does it relate to the ammunition that's inside?
I believe so.
Okay. Where's slide 100? What do we see here?
And that's the shelf directly below that. You'll see, looks like 4 ammo cans in this picture, but there are more behind it. The one on the left is .223 Remington, REM. The next one is partially obscured. It looks like MK262 Mod 1. The one to the right of that is XM855, and then again repeating to the ammo can to the right of that is XM855. And then below that you'll have 2 larger ammunition cans. One says 7.62 by 51, and then the one to the right is 9mm.
Thank you. Now, were any of the handguns or the firearms that you located in the basement of 2017, were they seized?
Yes, they were, sir.
What ultimately was done with the handguns?
They were packaged and then sent to the New Jersey State Police Ballistics Lab for testing.
Just want to show you S-187. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a black semi-automatic Glock 19 handgun, 9mm.
Okay. And has it been made safe?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And can we open it? Is that a fair representation of what was located, one of the guns that was located in the basement of 27 Tilden Drive?
Yes.
Again, this gun has been made safe, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there S-188 in front of you?
Yes.
And what's that?
That would be a Glock 17 9mm handgun, semi-automatic handgun.
What's Glock?
But it's a brand of firearm.
Okay. And with respect to the last item and this item, is there any visible damage to these weapons?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that, if you know?
It looks like rust and heat damage.
Okay. And that locker wasn't completely enclosed, correct?
No, it was not.
Let me show you what's been marked as S-189 identification. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a Springfield Armory Model 1911 A1 handgun, semi-automatic.
What's in the box, is that what you ultimately recovered from 27 Tilden in the basement?
Yes.
And from that gun locker?
Yes.
Okay. And again, has this weapon been made safe?
Yes, it has.
Okay. Just what's in the box is the way that you found it?
Yes.
Okay. Show you S-190 identification. You recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a unknown model or serial number handgun with wooden grips.
Okay. Yes, please. Okay. Can you just hold that up?
Try not to. It's unsettling.
And it's unloaded, doesn't have a magazine, correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you S-191. If you could tell us what that is.
It's a Colt handgun with black grips, Colt +2, unknown serial number or caliber. Chuck?
That's all. This Colt semi-automatic handgun again, safe, correct?
Yes.
Now, I want to ask you whether or not you seized two separate Sig Sauer P 228 and 229 handguns from that locker.
Yes.
First, show you what's been marked as S192. You recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
Sig Sauer P229 semi-automatic handgun.
Okay, it's seized from where?
The basement of 27 Tilton Drive.
Can you open it up and just show us what it looks like? Again, is that safe?
It is safe.
No magazine?
No, sir.
Just showing you what's been marked as S193.
Yes, sir.
You recognize what that is?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
That's the Sig Sauer P228 semi-automatic handgun recovered from the basement.
And does that box indicate whether or not you located a serial number?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the serial number?
Serial number was recorded as B as in Bravo, 233959.
Now, that weapon, as well as all the other handguns that you discussed, were they sent to the state police for examination?
Yes.
Can you just show us what that gun looks like?
And then the opposite side.
I just want to be clear. The weapons that you took from the gun locker, were they lawfully owned?
I believe they were.
I'll show you S194. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's an ammo can labeled subsonic containing, at the time of collection, 13 boxes of Fiocchi 9mm Luger 158 grain full metal jacket center fired cartridges.
Now, what's in this container, is it consistent with what we see in slide 100 that's in front of you?
No. This is,
Okay.
you gotta go back.
Slide 99, sorry. Is it consistent with anything we see in slide 99?
Yes.
Okay, which one?
The far right one.
Okay.
It says subsonic 9mm.
Can you just open that up, and I'm not going to bring up any more. Can you possibly hold that up?
It's all right to stand up? Sure.
Are you able to open that? What's in there?
Right now, 12 boxes of Fiocchi ammunition.
Now, was there always 12 in there?
No.
And why not?
At the time of collection, there were 13. Later on a different day, we received a request from the State Police Ballistics Unit to provide them with a sample ammunition, specifically a Fiocchi 9mm. So I took one box of 50 cartridges out and sent that to the lab for their testing.
Just for purposes of clarity, let me show you what the mark is S351. You recognize what that is?
Yes. Sir, put it away.
Yes.
Pardon my back.
Now, can I have slide 95, please? Now, I just want to be clear with respect to 95. I know you testified about this, but did you ultimately seize the weapons that are depicted in slide 95?
Yes,
And were they placed in evidence?
they were.
Do they remain in evidence?
Yes, they do.
Now, without actually going through them, did you document in your report the weapons that were seized?
Yes, I did.
Now, I'm going to show you what's marked as S129 for identification. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
My technical report?
Okay. And did you list all the weapons that were seized from that area?
Yes.
Okay. And did you also put them on something else when you took them from the property?
Yes.
And what would that be?
An evidence property receipt?
Could you just generally provide us with what those weapons were?
Sure. The long guns?
Yes.
They were ultimately identified as one of them being a precision firearms model PF-15B multi-caliber rifle. And then the serial numbers and assorted accessories with them. Savage Arms Rascal 22 SL and LR caliber rifle. Strom Ruger and Company Ranch rifle 2-3 caliber. A Gamo air rifle. A wooden stocked rifle with bayonet and Savage leather strap. A Browning BBR 30-06 rifle. A Benelli Supernova 12-gauge shotgun. Ruger Model 10/22 22 caliber rifle. A Colt AR-15A2 Sporter 2 22-3 caliber rifle. Action Arms Uzi Model 45 ACP caliber semi-automatic rifle. A black AR-15 type rifle with a palmetto bolt. A black AR-15 type rifle with a L3 EOTech sight, foregrip, and Streamlight TRL3 weapon-mounted light. A black AR-15 type rifle with Trijicon ACOG sights, Streamlight TRL1 weapon-mounted light, and fore and end grip. A short AR-15 type rifle with a Sig Sauer Romeo 5 sight. A taupe-colored AR-15 type rifle with L3 EOTech sights, and a black AR-15 type rifle. No make, model, serial number, or caliber visible. And that would be it. Sorry.
Okay. Now, did you also seize the handgun magazines and the like?
Yes.
And did you also seize, you could keep the report, if you need it, just please let us know.
Yes, sir.
Did you seize all the other firearm-related accessories
Yes.
in that area?
Yes, I did, sir.
Did that include ammunition
Yes.
and magazines?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you locate any other weapons in the area of the basement?
Yes, I did.
And can you just describe what that would be?
In one of the drawers of the workbench, there was various knives located in there.
Can I have slide 104, please? And what's in that photograph?
The various knives I was just describing.
Okay, what did you do with that?
I collected them all. For convenience purposes, I just repurposed whatever I could find in the basement, as far as bags, bins, things like that, to collect everything and then bring it all out and eventually transport it to our office to really inventory and thoroughly search in a controlled environment.
Now, I'm going to show you what's been marked as S214 for identification. You recognize what this is?
Yes.
What is it?
So that's a bag that I repurposed that I found in the basement to put all of the contents of that drawer into.
Okay, so what's in the bag here, S214, is all depicted in slide 104?
Yes.
Okay. And this is, what's this?
That's just a tag I placed on it, one to ensure that nobody goes into it without me knowing, so it's a red tag through the zippers. Also on it is my identification of the case number and the inventory control number that it's assigned. There's also a tag, a manila tag that's attached to the straps of the bag, and it's got my evidence label and my handwriting with the case number and inventory number on it as well.
I'm going to approach and show you what the marked S195 for identification. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's one box of Fiocchi 9mm Luger, 158 grain full metal jacket centerfire cartridges from the ammo can.
And then S196,
Yes.
what's that?
It's one box of Fiocchi 9mm Luger, 158 grain full metal jacket centerfire cartridges, partially burnt and melted with missing cartridges from the basement.
Okay. Now, S195 that you just previously described, you talked about that being a box of Fiocchi ammunition, correct?
Yes.
Now, there's a yellow sticker on there, correct?
Yes.
What does that represent?
That's a label given by the State Police Lab.
Okay. And does it have a New Jersey State Police case number?
Yes, it does.
Does it have a New Jersey State Ballistics item number?
Yes.
Okay, what's the item number?
Item number 21.
Is this what you gave to the ballistics unit for purposes of test fire?
Yes.
Okay, and you said that previously, correct?
Yes, I did.
We talk about those last items. Can I see slide 102? What do we see here?
So that's that ammo can I spoke about previously, with it opened, and one of the boxes of ammunition opened up, so we could see the head stamps on the cartridges inside.
Okay, slide 103. What do we see here?
That's a close-up photograph of the head stamps that are on the cartridges.
Okay, so when you say head stamp, what's a head stamp?
So it's a mark given by the manufacturer to identify, generally speaking, the manufacturer and the caliber.
And can you make out the head stamp of the ammunition that's depicted in slide 103?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a GFL, G period, F period, L period, and then 10, and then 9 by 19.
Now, as far as ammunition goes, I'm not going to show you all the ammunition from the basement, but are you able to estimate the amount or the number of rounds that were located?
Yeah, generally, yes.
And how would you do that?
Well, in this particular can, each box contains 50 cartridges, so there's 12 of them, originally 13, so that's 650, and then you multiply, then you can do the math that way, multiply it by the number of cans and the sizes, so I would estimate over a couple thousand. It's hard to really quantify with all the loose ammunition that was located as well, so.
I'm going to approach and show you what's been marked as S-225 for identification. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
What is it?
That was a flak jacket that I found in the basement that I described as a flak jacket.
What's the purpose of this?
It's a bulletproof vest, actually.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S-222 for identification. Recognize what that is?
A small plastic bin with 6 magazines and 11 unfinished lowers from the basement of 12 Caneiro Drive.
And some of what's contained in here, has it been contained in photographs that we've seen thus far?
Yes.
Okay. And S-226?
It's a blue bin labeled spare phones with 2 cell phones, 2 cases, battery, USB cord, a Nokia manual from the basement of 27 Tilton.
Do you- Now, ultimately, did you identify, was there a point in time where you had identified and located as well as seized items of potential evidential value in the basement? And is there a point in time when that concluded at least for that period of time?
Yes.
Was there, were you asked at any point in time, or did you choose at any point in time to document something about the Porsche Macan?
Yes.
Okay, when was that done, if you recall?
I don't recall it. Later on, I started multiple times actually throughout the course of the day. I was going to execute the search warrant of the car, and then I paused it. I began it, paused it, and then later on that evening, I reinitiated the search again.
Okay. And did you ultimately document the Macan in nighttime conditions?
Yes, I did,
Okay. And how'd you document that?
with the photograph.
Can I have slide 122, please? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What does that show?
That's the rear of the Porsche Macan in the driveway of 27 Tilton, parked as it was when I left it the day before. In this particular case, the lights are on along with the fog light.
Did you know anything about the license plate?
Yes.
What was that?
It's a dealer plate, car dealer plate.
Okay. Slide 123. Recognize that?
Yes.
What's that show?
It's the same photograph, not the exact same photograph, but it's the same subject of the photograph, just with different settings on the camera to better illustrate it.
And then finally, slide 124 of S1A. Is that essentially the same picture?
Essentially, yes.
And was there a reason you were documenting the rear lights?
Yes.
Why was that?
Mainly because I was asked to. And I believe it had something to do with relation to video.
Okay. Now, during the course of efforts to search that vehicle, I know we talked about it yesterday, but did you seize anything on November 20th?
From the vehicle?
From the vehicle.
No, sir.
Okay. Now, on November 21st, 2008, did you actually search the vehicle?
Yes.
Was there a point in time that you located an item of evidential value in the rear of the vehicle?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S419. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
So that's a photograph of a piece of black nitrile glove that I found on the floor of the rear passenger compartment behind the driver's door. Behind the driver's seat.
Behind the driver's seat, driver's side, but in the back.
Driver's side, on the back, on the floor.
I want to draw your attention to Friday, November 23rd, 2018.
Yes.
That was the day after Thanksgiving.
Yes, sir.
Now, was there a point in time when you ultimately found yourself led to a certain area in the basement?
Yes.
Okay. And as a result of that search and those efforts to that area, did you locate potential items of evidential value?
Yes.
Okay. And where was that we're talking about?
So it would be near the, if you recall, the basement, that unfinished area along the back wall where the window well was. There's a dresser. Just in front of that dresser, there was a chair with the sort of debris and feathers and the like. So I was started searching that area.
Okay. Now, can I have slide 105 of S1? What does that show?
That was just what I was describing. You'll see the window well with the fire hoses coming out of it. Coming into it, I should say. The dresser. And then if you look towards the ground and then just towards the forward, you'll see the pile of feathers that's where I'm talking about there.
Okay. I have slide 106, please. What do we see here?
That's charring of the floor joists above, and then the basement window well.
Okay, 107, please. Same area,
Same area.
108. Okay. Now, could you just circle for us the area of interest that you focused on Friday, November 23rd? Can we preserve that, please?
Yeah, that's slide 108.1. That's S1A.
Thank you, Joe. I have slide, I think you could undo that, I think it was appropriate. 112, please. What are we looking at here?
So this is as I'm searching that pile. How I did that was whatever was loose, I looked through, examined it, moved it to the side, and then as we started getting through that pile itself, things were either melted or frozen together. Up until that point, the electricity and the gas was shut off to the home. It had a lot of water still from the firefighting efforts, and the temperatures over those last few days, especially overnight, were at or below freezing. So a lot of this was frozen, this area.
Okay. So you had you seen this area or had you been in this area prior to Friday, November 23rd?
Just to do my overall photographs.
Now you focus on this area.
I should back it up. On the that night of the 22nd, when we were doing the search, we did not get all the way through that section. We did it systematically, starting from the left as soon as you walked in and went around. So we, in essence, haven't gotten to that point yet.
Okay.
And then we stopped Thanksgiving, and then we resumed on the Friday.
Okay. So I guess next slide 110. Now, that photo, is that essentially the way you encountered the pile originally?
Originally, yes.
Can you just, I know you started to say it, but can you tell us exactly like how you went about searching that area?
That particular pile,
That
or
area.
just that area. It was just a systematic search, layer by layer, starting from the top, the outermost, and then slowly working our way through it. We would pull a piece off, examine it. If it didn't have anything of evidentiary value, we would move it to the side and just continue that way through that pile, slowly and systematically.
Now, I think you said at some point you encountered some items that were frozen. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Now, at some point, did you decide to potentially move what was there to somewhere else?
Yes.
And why was that?
Just the condition of the basement. It was dark, cold, really a lack of light. I wanted to take it somewhere where I had a little bit more room to separate it out. So what I did was I put it in a very large evidence bag. I brought it into the driveway to let it get some sunlight while it was still in the bag, hopefully speed up the thawing process so I continued to search. And then I went and did some more searching down in the basement. After about 20 minutes, I went back to it, brought it into the garage, laid out some paper on the garage floor, and then I resumed searching through it.
And at some point in time, did you locate anything that you potentially deemed to be evidential?
Yes.
What was that first observation?
It was a pair of jeans, and had a reddish-brown staining, which I initially thought was blood. And then there were some rubber gloves also I saw in there.
Okay, and at that point in time, you said you thought it was blood, correct?
Yes.
Now, you don't make that ultimate determination, correct?
No.
Okay, that item or any item with blood on it would ultimately go somewhere, right?
Yes.
And where would that be?
The New Jersey State Police lab.
I mean, did that item ultimately go there in this case?
Yes.
Now, You locate the jeans, you make your observations, do you continue to search? How does that work?
In this particular case, with this item, I just stopped my search at that point. Because of the condition of everything, I felt it was best and prudent to just package it the way it was and then send it to the lab.
Just want to look at slide 114. Please. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
That's what I just described, some gloves in the center of that photograph. To the left would be the jeans, and then to the right of the gloves was what turned out to be a gray T-shirt.
Can you put an S on the T-shirt? Can you put an S for shirt on the T-shirt? Can you put a G on the gloves? Then could you put a J on the jeans? Now, the observation here, the photograph you take was that from the garage?
No, I misspoke. I initially saw this while it was still in the basement.
Okay.
And that was one of the determining factors I needed to bring it upstairs.
Okay. So you then brought it up, you
Yes.
brought it outside, then you ultimately brought it to the garage.
Yes.
And what's it laid out on in the garage?
I didn't have lab paper with me, so I took a bunch of evidence bags that were unused, and I laid them out on the garage for protection.
I wanted to go to slide 115, please. I'm sorry. Thank you. You can undo.
Turn it on.
So that would be 114.1.
Slide 115. What are we looking at here?
So this is now back at our lab at the prosecutor's office, controlled environment, where I was able to separate a little bit more so I could take additional photographs.
Now, so was there a point in time when you may have said it, but that you kind of stopped separating and searching?
Yes, that's correct.
Why was that again?
I felt it was more prudent with the condition of the articles that it be done at the lab.
Now, so the black nitrile gloves that you're talking about in the photos we just looked at, did you do anything to determine, at least visually, like, did they appear to be consistent with other gloves that were found in the basement?
To me, they did, yes.
And we discussed previously. For instance, S-184 you identified previously as like a massive nitrile gloves.
Yes.
Found where?
In the basement in 2017.
The gloves that were in the pile, did they appear visually to be consistent with these?
Yes, they did.
Can I just have slide 116? And again, can you tell us what that is?
And so those are the jeans at the top. In the center would be the gloves, and then below that would be a gray T-shirt.
Now, I just want to show you what's been marked as 273 for identification. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes,
What is that?
that's the picture of the whole thing.
Generally, is that an email?
Yes, it is.
Now, the picture, do you recognize a picture that's depicted in that email?
Yes.
Okay, what does that show?
So that shows the basement facing south. To the right in this photograph are the French doors leading into the unfinished area at the bottom of the stairs. And then as you continue to the left in the photograph is metal shelving, a pile of what looks like blankets, and then all the way to the left would be a wooden dresser.
Can we publish S-273 again? Now, Lieutenant, is that what we just talked about, what's on the screen?
Yes, sir.
S-273?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and again, we talked about that photograph, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that the same photograph on the screen that you just looked at?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you indicated that you recognize that area?
Yes.
And is that in the area of that basement window?
Yes.
I just have slide 110, sorry. And you identified that photo previously, correct?
Yes, sir.
You took it, right?
Yes, I did.
Now, can you explain the correlation between that photo and the picture from the email we just looked at?
Yes. To the right would be the door frame. You see the doors. Directly ahead would be that pile of blanketing. Behind that would be the metal shelving. And then to the left, you'll see on the floor level like a yellow bin lid. That's resting up against the wooden dresser.
Just want to also show you slide 91. And again, you took that photo, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you talk about that earlier?
Yes.
And what do we see in the photo, just generally?
Generally, it's pretty much standing with where it was at the previous picture, but just looking north now, an overall photograph of the unfinished side of the basement.
What is on the left of the photo if you're looking at it?
Would be the workbench to the left, and then beyond that would be those ultrasonic gun cleaners I spoke about, and then to the right of that, the tall gray metal locker.
I'm going to show you S-274. Okay. Is that another email?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Have you seen it before?
Yes, I have.
Is there a photo in there?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Can you publish S-274? That's it. There we go. Do you recognize what's on the screen right now?
Yes.
What does that show?
So that shows on the
I'm
left
sorry.
hand.
Go straight different. Does it show a person?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Can you describe the area?
The area to the left would be the workbench. A little bit beyond that, towards the top of the photograph, are those two ultrasonic gun cleaners. And then to the right, you'll see the bottom portion of that metal locker with that lattice pattern in the front.
Go back to that home screen. Now, Lieutenant, when we were talking about different days and your different efforts on different days at 27 Tilden, how was the scene kept when you and others left for the night?
So from the time we left on the very first day, the 20th, it remained in the custody of the Ocean Township Police Department. They maintained scene security until the scene was ultimately released on Saturday. I don't know the exact date of that, but that's Saturday.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do, Mr. Decker, we're going to take our 15-minute break at this point in time. I'm going to give you 20 minutes just to make sure that, because we keep changing your eyesight with dark light, extra minute or two may be helpful. So why don't you enjoy your break. Please don't discuss this case, don't do any research. We'll bring you back out at 10:30. Thank you.
presentation, and I didn't want to interrupt, was just that for purposes of the record, there was a total of, I think it was 6 guns actually displayed to the jury. Some of them were in boxes, and when Mr. Decker would say to the witness, is this, to be clear, it was in a box, some of them were in a box, and they were displayed to the jury inside of the box, but held up for the jury to see, and others were taken out of the box. That's all.
Okay. We discussed that at sidebar, and the objection is still noted throughout all of the testimony as it relates to the guns. All right, everybody have a good break. We'll see you back here. Please be in your seats at 10:30. Lieutenant, if you don't mind, just be back in this seat at 10:30, okay, sir? All right, thank you, sir. You're still under oath. Please don't speak to anyone, okay? All right, thank you.
Sergeant will be out in a minute. He'll be out in a minute.
Yeah. Yeah.
All rise, court is back in session.
Okay, thank you. Could be seated. I apologize. I had a court-related issue I had to deal with, so didn't mean to make you sit here. All right, prosecutor, whenever you're ready.
Then we were talking about the potential separation of items found in that corner of the basement, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ultimately, I think, just to recap, you ultimately let the lab take care of the separation of items. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Now, did you, I think you started to say it, but how did you package items that were originally located in that area?
Originally, as one item, wrapped in paper, butcher paper or lab paper, and then placed in a large paper evidence bag, sealed, and then marked.
Now, you said that at some point the evidence taken from that area was sent to the New Jersey State Police Lab. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I want to approach and show you what's been marked as Ward 17 for identification. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a evidence delivery receipt to the Central Region Lab, New Jersey State Police in Hamilton.
Okay, does it contain any of the evidence that we were discussing?
Yes.
Okay, and specifically, does it have your item number and potentially the state police item number?
Yes.
Okay, and what items are we looking at on that receipt?
This one, the item number, state police item number is 40. My department item number is 12-1. And then it has a code for where it was recovered from. And then the description is one envelope containing biological specimens questioned, label located on the interior waistband of jeans, NJSP sub-item number 6-1 from pile of charred articles with biological staining from the basement of 27 Tilton Drive. And then it originally came from my item number 18-0861-1-6, previously part of lab item number 6. And then the other two items, do you want me to describe as well?
Sure, just briefly.
Briefly. State Police item number 41, my department item is 14-1. It's one paper bag containing biological specimens, questioned long sleeve Eddie Bauer thermal shirt, dark gray size, tall XL. And then item number 42, my item is 14-6. And then it's a biological specimen questioned, black and gray sock with gold toe and melted yellow plastic, separated from item number 18861-1-5.
Does it indicate who took that evidence to the lab?
Yes.
And who did that?
It was delivered by Detective Stephen Boat from the prosecutor's office.
Okay, and is he someone that you work with?
Yes.
Okay, was he involved in this investigation?
As far as 27 Tilton, no. He was assigned to handle 15 Willowbrook.
Okay, I'm just going to show you S411 for identification. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
And what is that?
That's, again, a New Jersey State Police evidence receipt to delivering evidence to the Central Regional Lab in Hamilton.
Okay. And does it talk about any of the items that we discussed from that southeast corner of the basement?
Yes.
And what items are we talking about?
Item number 5, New Jersey State Police item number 5, and my department item number 5. One paper bag containing biological specimens questioned, pile of charred clothing with potential biological staining, and then item number 6, State Police item number 6, my item number 6, one paper bag containing a pile of charred articles with biological staining.
Lieutenant, what was the number on that?
The exhibit number?
Yes, please.
S411.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm going to show you first what's been marked as 231D. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is this?
So that was part of that initial pile I was talking about. It's got my evidence label on it, pile of charred articles with biological staining from the basement of 27 Tilton.
Okay. So one of the items sent to the state police was a pile, you described as a pile of charred articles?
Yeah, I couldn't really describe without separating everything, so since I didn't separate everything, I just kind of kept it very general as that.
Just going to show you what's been marked as S231C. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
And what is this?
This was a part of that pile initially, after it came back from the state police lab. They were in parts, so this is one of the parts. What's in it is part of the bedding, blankets, some paper towels, other melted plastic, parts of jeans that are adhered to it. So,
And we see some, you said paper towels, correct?
yes,
And then we see some yellow material in here.
yes,
Did you draw any conclusions, at least in your head, as to what those represented?
yes.
And what was that?
The melted lid?
The yellow lid that we just discussed?
Yes. And for display purposes here, they were all sent back, and then because they were all loose, We packaged them each individually in, I guess, 5 separate packages for display purposes.
Just going to show you S231. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
And what is that?
That's the evidence bag that I packaged everything in to send to the lab for that specific item.
And then S231B?
Would be all the lab paper that the articles were wrapped in either by me or the one when it came back from the state police lab. It's got their lab numbers on it, initials where the seals were placed, and the lab sticker identifying the number.
And this yellow sticker's what? To be clear.
It's the lab barcode,
Okay. Which lab?
the New Jersey State Police.
I'm going to show you S235. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
And what is it?
So it's an evidence bag for my item number 1-5. On it's got my evidence label, my markings for the case number, the lab item number, and then it's going to have at the very bottom here, it's the debris that was left over, and then the wrapping, the butcher paper, the lab paper that it was wrapped in.
This would be from the pile of charred clothing.
1-5 specifically is going to be a pile of charred clothing with potential biological stainings, yes. It's referring to S411, the records.
Now, you talked about jeans that were located, correct?
Yes.
And were these, I think you said, were they part of what was sent to the New Jersey State Police lab?
Yes.
Okay, for purposes of testing?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as S232. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Okay, are there,
There's a lot here.
so there's a lot here. Could you explain what a lot here is?
At the very bottom, it's going to be my evidence bag. Once it was returned from the state police, we had to account for it because it was a separate item, so I put it in its own evidence bag. And in that evidence bag, the jeans were in butcher paper with subsamples. And then throughout the course of this investigation over the months, they were opened, photographed, repackaged, things like that. And in preparation of the trial, they were mounted on this display board.
Now, there's some white tags on the jeans, correct?
Yes.
And what do those represent, if you know?
Those are areas of testing that were done by the New Jersey State Police.
Okay. So you didn't grade those, correct?
No.
Okay. Now, again, this is heat sealed, correct?
Yes.
And this is, the presentation as it stands today is for purposes of, so people could see it, is that
Yes.
right? Now, was there a point in time that you were provided with information that the lab located something in these jeans?
Yes.
And what was that?
Live cartridge, unfired cartridge. Bullet.
Bullet?
Yes.
Just going to show you what's been marked with S241. Ask you if you recognize what that is.
Yes.
What is it?
So I have it described as a NJSP lab item number 6-4, which was the live round from the jeans.
You referenced a T-shirt earlier, correct?
Yes,
In one of the photographs that we saw.
yes, sir.
Was that something that went to the lab?
Yes, it did.
Let me show you what's been marked as S231E. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And what is it?
that's the Eddie Bauer gray short sleeve T-shirt.
Is this the item that part of what you delivered to the lab?
Yes,
Okay.
and all of this packaging is consistent with everything else. My own evidence bag, the lab paper from the lab with the seals, and then mounted on the display board and heat sealed for presentation purposes.
And again, there's also some other tags that are on this shirt, correct?
Yes,
And they came from where?
the New Jersey State Police.
Did they reference any case, or item numbers and/or item sub numbers?
Yes,
Okay, and they came from where?
the New Jersey State Police lab.
You referenced some gloves that were located in the pile, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you specifically itemize the gloves, or did you do something else?
At the time, kept with the pile and sent to the lab.
Just going to approach and show you what the mark is S233 for identification. Do you recognize this?
Yeah.
How do you recognize it?
It's got the lab number on it. Yeah, so the lab number.
Okay. Do you see any markings on these items?
Yes, I do.
And what are those again?
Those are areas of interest that were marked on them by the lab, New Jersey State Police lab.
So these markings, here we got a circular tab, we got a square with some writing in another circle,
Yes,
and those came from,
State Police lab.
okay.
On these other labels, I just noticed that it's got my case number on it as well.
To be clear, what is your case number, just?
And, well, we had two separate case numbers. This one is MCP 18-00780. We also had case number MCP 18-00782. Initially, first submission, I submitted everything under 782 case number. And then the Colts Neck end of it was submitted under 780 until they were scientifically linked. We kept everything separate.
When you say scientifically linked, is it fair to say that there were items from Colts Neck and from Ocean that were compared to one another?
At some point, yes, there were.
Let me show you what's been marked as S234. See that?
Yes, sir.
And what is this?
Those are additional gloves
Okay. Found where?
inside that pile.
Okay. And is there a variety of case delineating information here?
Yes.
From whom?
From the New Jersey State Police lab?
Okay. Does it have your case number on it?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
The 780, I believe 780.
And these gloves here, they were sent to the state police for potential DNA testing?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'll show you what's been marked as S236A.
Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
So that's a like a long sleeve Eddie Bauer thermal shirt.
Okay. And is there an associated, some other bags that are associated with the shirt?
Yes.
Okay, and they represent what?
Just like the other ones. My bag with my case identifiers on it, lab paper from the state police lab, or mine. Both of them were from the state police lab. There's a subsample on that package, the first package.
Okay.
The one you're holding with your right hand. And this one is the actual shirt. Heat sealed, mounted for display purposes.
Are there any markings on either side of this shirt?
Yes.
And what we're looking at here, do you see like a label here, on the shirt?
Yes, I do. The glare.
Does that say Eddie Bauer?
Yes, sir, it does. Eddie Bauer, and the size is tall XL.
Okay. Now, there's a label right here, correct?
Yes.
And what is that representing it?
Something of interest by the New Jersey State Police.
Now, amongst the items that are found in that southeast corner of the basement, was there a point in time that you identified a scarf?
Yes.
Okay. And was that ultimately sent for some forensic testing?
Ultimately, yes.
Now, prior to it being sent for testing, what did you do with it?
Initially photographed it, and then conducted a visual exam.
Okay. When you conducted a visual exam, did you make any observations?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you observe?
Multiple defects into it, meaning marks that appeared to be like cuts in them, and then multiple 3 hair or fibers.
Let's just show you. That's 1A. Slide 161. Do you recognize that, Lieutenant?
Yes.
What is that?
That's the black Brooks Brothers scarf.
And can I have slide 162? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What's that?
That's the label.
Can I have slide 163? What are we looking at there, Lieutenant?
Those were those defects that I had noted. The yellow, those yellow triangles are just kind of like evidence markers, just trying to draw your attention to what was in the photo.
And you talked about defects in the scarf that you observed, correct?
Yes.
Okay, are they represented, at least in part, in that photograph?
Yes. So behind them, I placed some white paper to help with some contrast so you can see them a little clearer.
Okay. And again, did you locate anything else physically upon the scarf that was of interest to you?
Some hair and fibers, and then there was some unknown type staining I couldn't identify.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's marked as S237.
Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is that shirt?
That's the Brooks Brothers scarf we were just talking about.
Does this contain some evidence bags and samples and the like?
Yes.
Okay, and they came from where?
New Jersey State Police Lab.
Okay. Now,
Show you what's been marked as S238
for identification. There should be
recognize what that is.
Yes.
What is it?
The hair or fiber A that I identified as A removed from the Brooks Brothers scarf.
Can I have slide 162, I believe? Sorry. Go forward, sorry. Okay. What are we looking at on the screen? I think we.
So that's a scale with the letter adhesive scale A, and then you'll see in the center of the photograph, though it's blurry, a hair or fiber.
Okay. And there's an A there, correct?
Yes.
What does that represent?
It's just a marking so we can identify it visually.
Okay. Does that correlate to what's in S238?
Yes.
Okay. And that would be, you described as being hair fiber A, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to show you S239 for identification. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
Hair fiber B removed from the Brooks Brothers scarf.
Okay. And who removed them?
I did.
Okay. And where were they taken to?
Ultimately to the New Jersey State Police Lab for testing.
And S240, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
Hair fiber C removed from the Brooks Brothers scarf.
And again, sent out for forensic testing?
Yes.
Now, just earlier, I wanted to circle back for a second. Show you S230 for identification. You recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
That's the small piece of black glove from the rear passenger floor, driver's side.
Okay, and is there any markings on that within that envelope?
Yes.
And what are those markings?
Markings by the New Jersey State Police Lab.
Okay, and does that represent the square that's in there with the handwriting?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention back to November 23rd, 2018, approximately 8:50 p.m. Did you have any contact with Paul Caneiro?
Yes.
Okay, what was the reason for that?
To obtain a buccal swab control sample, it's a DNA control sample from him, and to obtain additional photographs.
Just going to show you what's been marked as one S242. Can we just have 1 moment? Sure. Okay, thank you. Just going to show you what's been marked as S242 for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a buccal swab control sample from Paul Caneiro.
Okay, and who took that?
I did.
Okay, from?
Mr. Caneiro.
Okay.
Paul Caneiro.
And were there photographs taken at that point in time?
Yes.
Can I just have slide 154, please? Chrissy, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that a photograph that you took?
Yes.
And the point of that photograph is what?
Just to document injuries that I observed.
Slide 155. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
That's Mr. Paul Caneiro's left hand.
Have you photographed that previously at a different location?
Yes.
I have slide 156. What do you see there?
That would be a photograph of one of Mr. Caneiro's knees with a scale. There's some bruising that I observed that I attempted to photograph.
In slide 157? What do you see there?
Again, a photograph of Mr. Caneiro. I believe it's one of his lower extremities with what appeared to be bruising.
And then lastly, is that 158?
And
What do you see there?
that's the side of Mr. Caneiro's right foot with some bruising as well.
Now, on or about November 26, 2018, did someone take the handguns and maybe some other evidence to the state police ballistic lab for potential testing?
Yes.
Do you recall if that was done by you or someone else?
I believe that was done by somebody else.
Just going to show you what's been marked as S350 for identification. See if you recognize that.
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a ballistics unit evidence receipt from the New Jersey State Police Lab.
Okay, what is it? Does it indicate that items have been delivered there?
Yes.
And what type of items?
The ballistics lab, it was all of the handguns that were recovered in the basement of 27 Tilton, along with the gun barrel and the unknown firearm parts from the book bag of the Cayenne.
And does it say who delivered that?
Yes.
And who did it?
Detective Vogt?
You work with the detective Vogt?
I do.
You talked about him previously?
Yes, sir.
Now, just for purposes of clarity, just we'll show you S349. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
So what is that?
It's a New Jersey State Police ballistics unit evidence receipt.
And it indicates
The delivery, the delivery of evidence to the lab.
Okay, now, is that different type of ballistic evidence?
A different type, yes.
And where's that from?
This was from 15 Willowbrook Road. It also has a different case number and a different lab number that was assigned because we were treating them separately. It's two different incidents.
Now, was there a point in time when you took a buccal swab or a DNA sample from another individual?
Yes.
And who was that?
His name was Sean Edson.
And who's he?
He was a volunteer firefighter for one of the local fire companies that assisted with 27 Tilton.
Why was a buccal swab taken from him?
We had located two areas of blood staining, one at the front door and one in the foyer. It was ultimately determined that he had injured himself while fighting the fire, and we had identified those stains as coming from him.
When you said you identified this, you potentially identified the stains as belonging to him. Is that accurate?
I'm sorry, yes.
Now, okay. Just for purposes of that, did you swab those areas where the firefighter may have drawn blood?
Yes.
And were those swabs sent anywhere for testing?
Yes.
Where?
New Jersey State Police Lab.
I just want to show you S245. You recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a swab of biological staining from the left side of the front door frame of 27 Tilton.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you S246.
It's a swab of biological staining from the foyer wall of 27 Tilton.
Okay. And these were sent to the State Police Lab?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell based upon anything that's on these envelopes?
Yes.
What is that?
The state police case number and the item number and all of their markings on it.
Including that sticker?
Yes.
And that sticker?
The yellow stickers, yes.
And they have item numbers, is that accurate?
Yes.
S245 is what number?
New Jersey State Police, item number 2.
And S246?
State Police, item number 3.
And I'm going to show you the marked as S243. You recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
Buccal swab control sample from Sean Edson.
Is it DNA sample?
Yes, sir.
Was that sent to the lab?
Yes, it was.
Now, we talked about yesterday. That's 155, is this gas can?
Yes.
Right. What, I think you may have said it yesterday, but just to be clear, what did you do with the contents of this?
I reserved 2 ounces of that after it was measured, how much was the content of it. I reserved 2 ounces for laboratory testing and preserving it, and then the rest was discarded.
Did you do anything with the container?
Yes.
What did you do?
Attempted to develop latent fingerprints on it.
And how do you do that?
In this particular case, because of what it's made of, it was exposed to cyanoacrylate, which is a superglue fuming. And then once that was done, I applied black fingerprint powder to it in an attempt to develop fingerprints.
Is there anything on this container currently that would be indicative of the fingerprint processing?
Yes,
Okay, what is that?
all the black powder that's on it still.
Were you able to identify any potentially identifiable fingerprints on here?
No.
Now, we talked earlier about that pinch and slide bag that was in the Porsche Cayenne within the backpack, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you do anything with that item?
Yes.
What did you do with it?
Attempted to develop fingerprints on that as well.
Did you do it in the same manner or a different manner?
The bag itself, the superglue fuming, the paper towels that were in it, I used a different process using a chemical called ninhydrin. So that reacts to the different proteins found in a latent fingerprint. If there's any fingerprint proteins in it, then it will turn purple and expose the fingerprint.
Now, as far as we were talking about the shirt, the long sleeve shirt, the short sleeve shirt, the jeans. Obviously, I think you said that they went to the state police in a big pile, so to speak, correct?
Yes.
And then, obviously, were they separated by state police personnel?
Yes, they were.
Okay, so when did you ultimately get them back?
Yes.
Okay, obviously they're here, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did they come back with different numbers or specific numbers as it relates to the separation thereof?
Yes, through the state police lab numbers, they were divided into additional numbers.
Were those represented at times also, like the actual numbers, are they represented on these little white tabs, say, on the jeans? Do they reference those numbers?
Yes, they do, sir.
Just to be clear, showing you S232, just briefly again, the jeans. They have these markings, correct?
Yes.
And there's a number, for instance, I'm pointing at the right shin area, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what's the number this is here?
They have it marked as item number 6-1-8.
Okay. There's one up here on the left thigh area, correct?
Yes.
And what's the number there?
6-1-7.
So the 8 or the 7, they're subsamples of areas from 6-1?
Yes.
Now, just going to show you, for just clarity, S-131.
Yes.
Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
Okay, and what is it?
It's my a supplemental technical report that I drafted.
Okay. Now, what, I don't want you to read it or anything, but what are you documenting in that report?
Photography and additional processing.
Okay, and do you make note in your report, like the delineation of the items that came back to you from the state police?
Yes.
Okay, and is that contained partially on the first page?
Yes, it is.
And just to give us like an overview, you list one item towards the bottom of the first page, right?
Yes.
And what does that say, item number and description?
It says NJSP item number 6, pile of articles.
Okay, then for instance, underneath it, what does it say?
NJSP subsample 6-1,
Okay, and what does it say?
jeans.
I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but we just talked about subsamples when we were looking at the jeans, right?
Yes, sir.
Here at the top, we have subsample 6-1, 6-11, correct?
Yes, sir.
6-1-2,
Yes, sir.
and it continues on down to 6-16, correct?
Yes.
Do you delineate what those subsamples represent based upon information received back from the state police?
Yes.
Okay. And do you document like locations on the jeans?
How they are listed in their report is how I wrote it in mine.
Okay. So you want it to be consistent with what they said because they did it?
Yes.
Okay. And there's also some similar information with respect to the T-shirt and different gloves?
Yes.
Real quick, was there a point in time when a label was taken off the jeans?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do with the label?
We retained it.
Okay. Did you take note of the size of it?
Yes.
And what was the size?
I believe it was 34, 32.
Okay. I'm just going to show you again real quick. S-131, I'm going to ask you to look at the first full paragraph of page 3, to yourself. Is there a point in time where you documented the waist size?
Yes.
Okay, was what you said a moment ago accurate?
Yes, it was. Thank you.
The waist was what?
34,
The length was what?
32.
Now, just a couple more questions. You talked about, I believe at some point, having been in the garage of 27 Tilden.
Yes.
And I showed you slide 120 again of S1A. You tell me if you recognize that.
Yes.
Now, did you locate a safe in that area?
Yes.
Okay. And could you describe where the safe was?
In the center of that picture against the back wall, you'll see like a bag of plastic bags hanging. That is the safe.
Now, ultimately, was a search conducted of the safe?
Yes, it was.
I have slide 121. Now, can you tell us what, if anything, you located in the gun safe in the garage?
Nothing.
No guns?
Nothing.
You talked about different items going to the New Jersey State Police Laboratory for DNA testing, correct?
Yes, sir.
As well as for ballistic testing?
Yes, sir.
Was there a point in time that another lab, a private laboratory was used?
Yes.
Okay, and was that for DNA testing?
Yes, it was.
And do you recall who, generally who brought the items to that laboratory?
Detective Vogt was tasked with that.
Just have one moment, Judge.
Sure.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Okay. Cross.
Morning.
There's no objection if I just publish photos that he's.
No, not at all.
Can I have the front? Yes. Lieutenant, we heard testimony about the jeans, right? So you testified that when you performed the search in the basement, right, you found like a pile of items, correct?
Yes.
And that's what I want to focus on that for a moment, and specifically the jeans. So in that pile of items, when you originally found them in the basement, you took some photographs, correct?
Yes.
And then you brought them upstairs and you put them in the garage for a while, correct?
Actually in the driveway first, and then the garage.
Okay, we're going to talk about that in a moment.
Yeah.
And then, I think as you testified, you sent the jeans or the items to the New Jersey State Police Lab.
Yes.
You tried to kind of separate some of the items yourself, but ultimately you decided better to just send it as is and let the lab figure it out. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. And at some point, when the lab had the items, they were able to separate them.
That's correct.
And, for example, the jeans. They separated the jeans.
Yes.
And when they sent them back to you, you took more photographs of those jeans.
Yes.
And so I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-141. Now, we saw the jeans as they're packaged for preparation of the trial, but they're in a plastic bag, correct?
Yes.
So there's a little bit of a glare. So I want to be clear with this photograph. In the photograph, you can see the red staining, correct?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that there's red staining throughout the jeans?
In multiple places, yes.
Multiple places. Why don't you take the stylus and can you just circle where on the image you can see some of the staining?
Top portion is not very clear, so I'm not going to. These are two obvious areas that I can see.
Two obvious areas. We do know, though, that there's some additional staining above and below that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But those are the two main areas.
141.1.
And if you don't mind hitting the undo. Well, one of the areas that was just captured, I'm going to publish what's 1-145.
And this is, looks like the left leg, or the right leg of the jeans. Would you agree with that?
Yes,
Okay. And this is a close-up of some of the staining, correct?
that's correct.
And now I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-146. And this is the lower end of the right leg, it appears, correct?
Correct.
And so we can see some of the staining here, but then we can see more staining throughout the bottom.
Yes.
Throughout the bottom, correct?
That's correct.
And you didn't circle that in the original photo, it wasn't as visible, but in this close-up version, do we agree that we can see it better, that there's more staining?
Yes,
And now I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-147, and this would be the left leg, correct?
that's correct.
And this is more toward the bottom of the leg,
Yes,
and we can again see more staining, correct?
that's correct.
Maybe it wasn't as visible in the original photograph, but here we can see that there's not only staining here toward the rib, but there's some additional staining like at the bottom here.
That's correct.
I have another photograph, it's D1-148, and again, it's just more staining. It's a close-up of what we just saw, correct?
Yes,
I'm going to show two more photographs. It's D1-149 and D1-150. And again, we're just looking at more staining. Do you agree with that?
I agree with that.
Okay. And the last one is the 1-150. And more staining, correct?
Yes,
And again, these were the jeans that you had, were in a pile that were sent to the lab. You then received them back from the lab. They were tested.
yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Now, one of the things that you did when you arrived on scene on November 20th, you were on the scene of 27 Tilton for multiple days, correct?
Yes,
And we know that you were there November 20th, that was the day of the fire, right?
yes, ma'am.
And we also know that you were there the following day, correct?
Yes.
The 21st. And that was one of the days that you performed a search.
Yes,
And then I think the next day was Thanksgiving, so there was a
Yes.
break.
Yes.
You continued that search on the following day, which is the 23rd.
yes,
Okay, because the 22nd was Thanksgiving.
okay.
And then there was a subsequent search, I think, on the 28th, correct?
Yes, I believe it was the 28th. I'd have to refer to my report to get the exact date, but yeah, there was another search.
And then there were multiple searches of both the house and multiple searches of the vehicles, correct?
The vehicles, all of the vehicles, no, just the one time. The Macan, there was the photographic documentation the first day, and then an actual, ultimately a search.
Okay, so yeah, let's break that down. So there's 4 vehicles that were on scene, right?
Yes,
And one of them was the 2014 Porsche 911 convertible white, correct?
yes,
And another one was the 2016 Jeep Wrangler, correct?
yes.
Now, those 2 vehicles were searched one time,
One time, yes.
and there was nothing of evidentiary value, correct?
No, they were done on the 21st.
The 21st.
Yeah, not the day of the fire.
The vehicles that, for investigation purposes, that were more focused on were the 2018 Porsche Macan,
Yes,
and that's a SUV, right?
yes, ma'am.
And the 2016 Porsche Cayenne, which is a larger SUV.
Okay, yes,
And the Macan specifically was searched multiple times, right?
just the one time. The first time, again, I just took photographs of the damage that was done to the car.
Okay. So maybe we're not agreeing on the term search. So on the 20th, the vehicle was, are you aware that Mr. Caneiro consented to a search? He was presented with a consent to search form.
Yes,
And so on the 20th, there was a search performed of the vehicle where they looked under the hood and they looked inside, and I think you took photographs.
yes,
And then on the 21st,
was the day that you returned to the house to search the home?
Yes.
And then,
So-
did you search the McCann again on that day?
Yes, that's where I physically went in the car and I looked in all the compartments, looked through all the property that was in there. That didn't occur on the 20th.
So there was like sort of just a cursory search on the 20th, and then like an actual in-depth search on the 21st.
I wouldn't call it a cursory search. I didn't go in the car except to open the hood, and then I just photographed the engine compartment of the car. So, if you want to call it a search,
Well, there was a consent to search form
yeah, I
signed.
think it was just more of a formal way of documenting me being allowed to go into the car and to do the photographic documentation.
Right, because without the consent to search, you would not be permitted to go into the car at that point.
That's correct.
Okay, so Mr. Caneiro agreed you can search the car, and then law enforcement looked inside the car, opened the hood, and you took photographs.
Yes.
Okay. And so that's what I'm referring to as the cursory search.
Okay.
It's a form of a search.
Yeah.
And the second is the actual search where you looked through things more thoroughly.
And a search for evidence, yes.
Searched for evidence. And at some point you processed the McCann as well.
Yes.
Was that same day or a different time?
Can you
Is it the
explain
same
what
day as the
process?
21st that you processed the McCann?
Where I thoroughly searched it, and then, yes, that would be the 21st, yes.
Okay, so you did that when the vehicle was still in the driveway of Mr. Caneiro's home?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you performed the search of the McCann, you're obviously looking for evidence,
Yes.
anything that could be helpful to your investigation, right?
Yes.
And you learned that the McCann was, you probably didn't know this on the 20th, but by the 21st, perhaps, you were aware that the McCann was significant to the investigation because it had, you'd seen surveillance videos of the vehicle leaving and coming back to the house. Were you aware of that?
I wasn't aware of that. As far as any surveillance videos go, the way our office operates, especially with the crime scene unit, we're not really privy to surveillance video, all of the other aspects of that investigation. As they're collecting it, we're just focused on the physical evidence at our crime scenes.
Okay.
So getting a request to photograph, like at night, the lights, we would just get the phone calls, we need these photographs taken.
Okay.
And then ultimately, I later found out it was in relation to video surveillance, but how that tied in at the time, I have no idea.
Okay, so you later learned why this vehicle was significant.
Yes.
Okay. Not at the time you were searching, but at some point, because you're part of this bigger investigation, you were made aware why this was important. So, I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-10. And this is a photograph that you took of the McCann on the 20th, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Looks like it.
And this is the driver's side, it's the inside of the driver's portion of the vehicle.
Yes.
And so this was from the time that you arrived on scene, which was approximately, what, like 8 o'clock, 8 a.m.?
8:06 a.m. when I
8:06
arrived.
a.m., so approximately 8 a.m. When you arrived, this is the first time you're coming into contact with this vehicle?
When I first arrived, yes.
But it was taped off with crime scene tape, correct?
The whole property was,
Right, including the driveway.
including the driveway.
And
yes.
so the point of that when you arrived was that obviously law enforcement had created a barrier to protect whatever was inside of the crime scene taped area, correct?
Yes.
So it hadn't, to your knowledge, it hadn't been disturbed?
No.
Okay. And when you took this photograph, did you measure the distance between the vehicle and the gas pedal? The driver's side chair to the gas pedal to see what the distance was?
No.
Okay, so we don't have any record of that distance.
No.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as D1-9. This is the inside of the McCann, but the passenger side, correct?
Yes.
show the inside of the McCann. This is the passenger, but the side, but the back side.
Did the rear seat pass?
Yes.
Yes.
Looks like we
What's the
have.
number on the last photo? Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, that was D1-6.
6, thank you.
And D1-12, we have photographs of the rear passenger, but from the driver's side.
That's correct.
And this is D1-11, and it's just a close-up of the driver's side chair, seat.
Yeah.
And lastly, we have D1-7, and this is the trunk of the vehicle, the inside of the trunk.
The cargo area.
Now, unlike the jeans, when you were looking at, when you were just taking these photographs, you didn't notice any red staining in the vehicle, did you?
I wasn't even looking for it at that time.
Okay. But if you had seen it, if you're taking photos of the vehicle and you saw red staining, it's something you would note in your report or something to that effect, right?
Depends, but yeah, that would draw my attention to it. Yeah.
Your attention would be drawn to it.
Yes.
That's fair to say. So the next day is when you processed the McCann,
Yes.
right? And at that point, you're actually looking for things like blood,
Yes.
right? And when you processed the McCann, what did you do exactly?
At the scene there, it was just pretty much just an article search inside the interior of the car. Later on, I don't know if it was that night, I'd have to look at my report, or a different night, we applied Blue Star. It's a blood reagent to the inside of both cars with no results.
So, first, upon a visual examination, you didn't see any red staining or anything that you suspected to be blood, correct?
No, did not.
And then you used an alternative light source,
Yes.
correct? And an alternative light source, or an ALS, is basically like a special type of light where you can see things that ordinarily with the naked eye you can't see.
Yes.
And some of the things that you can see with an alternative light source are things like biological fluids, like semen or urine, saliva, and blood.
That's correct.
You can also see you can better see hairs and fibers, things of that nature.
Yes.
What about gunshot residue?
I'm not so sure about gunshot residue with ALS.
And what about explosive accelerants? Can you see that with an ALS?
That I'm not sure of as well.
So you use the alternative light source, and in this case it was the Searchy Mega Max ALS,
Yes.
and you used it throughout the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
It was a thorough search.
Yes.
I mean, obviously you're not going to miss anything because it's important to document everything in your investigation, right?
Try not to miss anything.
Okay. And so you searched the front driver's side, right?
Yes.
And the passenger side of the front,
Yes.
and the entire rear,
Yes.
and the trunk.
Yes.
And I think you even lifted up the cargo area and you looked underneath as well.
Yes, it did.
And when you are performing the search, you're looking not just at the seats, but at the floors, right?
Yes.
And you're lifting up the armrest in the back,
Yes.
and you're looking at you're looking under the seats, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you searched that entire vehicle with the alternative light source, you did not find any blood.
That's correct.
Okay. And after that, you then used what's called a Blue Star agent.
Yes.
And do you want to describe Blue Star really quickly? I think you sort of did.
So it's
But
a chemical agent. It's mixed with either it comes pre-mixed or you have to mix it with a solution, and you spray it on the interior of a car. The chemicals react to blood, and it fluoresces at that point. The purpose of that is to visualize any blood staining.
I'm going to show what's been marked as D1-83. And this is a photograph that you took, I think, on the 21st, correct?
I believe so.
And this was when you were in the midst of processing the vehicle, right? And we can see that the back seats look a little bit dirtier. Is that from the Blue Star?
That's not from the Blue Star.
What is that from? Do you know?
We had an accelerant dog come to the scene and search, and that's the paw prints from the dog.
Okay. So that's what we're seeing on there is from the dog, you said?
Yes.
Okay. And we can see how, the armrest is sort of moved and the floor mats are lifted up, correct?
Yes.
Because again, it's a thorough search.
Yes.
Now, again, with the Blue Star, it's a chemical that you cover the item with, in this case the vehicle, the inside of the vehicle, and you're looking for evidence of blood or trace blood, right?
Yes.
Because Blue Star, what it does is it can detect even minute traces of blood that you wouldn't necessarily be able to see with your naked eye, or maybe even with a magnifying glass, but the Blue Star is a chemical reactant to trace amounts of blood, correct?
Yes.
And it even can detect blood if it's been washed or cleaned,
That's correct.
right? So if there was blood on the seat, but it was wiped or attempted to wash it away, even with different types of detergents, the Blue Star can detect it. So if there was blood on the seat, but it was wiped or attempted to wash it away, even with different types of detergents, the Blue Star can detect it.
Yes, it also reacts to other chemicals as well, and that's where we have to determine if, based on the patterns, if it was something that contained blood or didn't.
And Blue Star, things like the ALS and Blue Star, they're very useful investigative tools because a lot of times with crime scenes, evidence is cleaned up or something to that effect, right?
Yes.
So this allows law enforcement to find things like blood or other biological stains on pieces of evidence or in areas or in places that otherwise they wouldn't have observed.
Yes.
And in this case, that was done to the Porsche Macan, right? The vehicle that we now know is alleged is left to the property and come back. There was not found any blood in that car.
No.
And there were no, what about gunshot residue? Did you ever test the vehicle for gunshot residue?
No.
Okay, so there was no testing for gunshot residue, so we don't know whether there was any gunshot residue in the car.
No.
Did you swab any portions of the vehicle for DNA?
No.
Okay, so the handle to the driver's side wasn't swabbed, nor was the steering wheel, or the buttons in the car, or the inside trunk latch,
No, ma'am.
or the outside trunk area,
No.
passenger side.
No.
Okay, no DNA swabs taken whatsoever from the Porsche Macan.
No, there was not.
So we don't know who, if any's DNA would have been on that vehicle, so we don't have results, right?
That's correct.
Now the Blue Star, what else did you use the Blue Star on? The gas can?
Not on the gas can.
Okay, what else did you use?
Just the interior, I believe, of definitely of the Macan. I have to look at my report if I included the Cayenne or not.
Look at your report.
It might take me a second to find it.
No problem. testimony that if you used the Blue Star, it would have only been on the vehicles?
Yes.
Okay. So the Blue Star, the special chemical that shows trace amounts of blood even when washed away, that was not used anywhere inside of the home.
27 Tilton, no.
Okay. So the bathrooms, it wasn't used in the bathrooms upstairs to search for blood in the sink area? To see if blood was maybe washed down the sink?
No, ma'am.
And not in the shower area?
No, ma'am.
Not in the kitchen sink?
No.
Not on a single thing inside of the entire house was there a search for blood?
Well, with the exception of the 2 blood stains that were found at the front door and the foyer, no.
Right, that was from
Yeah.
firefighter Edson.
Yeah.
Because firefighter Edson, in the process of fighting fire, he injured himself
Yes.
and left like a small little, I don't think we saw a photo, but it was like a little blood smudge on the door frame, the outside door frame.
Frame and the foyer wall.
Okay.
So yeah, we did search for blood, and the only blood that we did find at the scene was those 2 areas that I had already discussed.
But that blood you saw with your naked eye, right?
Yes.
Because, you took photos of it and you can see it in the photos. With respect to blood that would not have otherwise been visible with a normal observation of looking at it, that was not searched for anywhere in this house.
No.
Now the gas can, I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-48, 1-94, and 1-95. Lieutenant, is this a photograph of the gas can that you observed near the garage area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and this is a photograph you took, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it fair to say that the gas can looks pretty clean in that photograph?
Yes.
And in this photograph, D1-94, it's a little bit more zoomed in. But again, you can see the gas can and it looks fairly clean, right? And then I'll show one more zoomed in photograph of the gas can. Does it look like it's pretty clean?
Yes.
When we saw the gas can, though, it had like stuff all over it. What was that from?
Fingerprint powder.
That's fingerprint powder.
Yes.
So when the prosecutor showed the gas can and it looked dirty, that's not because it was dirty at the scene, correct?
That's correct.
It was not found that way.
Not when I found it, no. It was
And
found.
later on, when you were trying to see if you could find any fingerprints off of the gas can, you covered it in powder, and that's why it appears to look dirty.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you testified on direct that you didn't ultimately find any fingerprints on the gas can.
That's correct.
Did you swab it for DNA?
No, I did not.
Now, you observed gas cans in the shed, right?
Yes.
And you took photographs of those as well.
Yes, it did.
Also, you note in your report, ultimately this was determined to be a, you can kind of see it in the photograph, it's a 1 1/4 gallon. Is
Yes,
that right?
that's correct.
Okay, so it's a small gas can.
Yes.
I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-96. And these are, this is a photograph that you took of 3 gas cans that you observed in the shed, correct?
Yes.
And these gas cans are larger than the small one, right? Yes. And they're also dirtier. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. These 3 gas cans are, you can see that they're sort of covered in various areas with glue, right?
Yes.
And I think you testified in direct that you visually observed this like sort of empty spot there, right?
Yes.
And you approximated that it would fit the gas can, right?
Yes.
Did you ever measure it?
No, I did not.
Did you ever take the gas can and see like if it fit there, if it was too big or too small?
And I knew at the time of collection that I was going to attempt to develop fingerprints on it. I didn't want to fit it into that space and potentially destroy any fingerprint evidence, so that wasn't done. It was just a visual observation that there was a space there that can could fit in that area.
When you say that, to potentially damage the fingerprint of it, like what do you mean by that?
Well, that's a small space. If I were to put it in that space and the sides would, say, rub together, if there were fingerprints on the sides, I could potentially destroy those fingerprints by smearing or smudging them.
Okay. Well, you are aware that the gas can had been moved prior to you arriving on scene.
I just found that out recently, but at the time, no, I did not know that.
Okay, you didn't know that at the time.
No.
But now you know that Craig Flanagan, who was the fire marshal guy, he had moved it to take some photographs before you arrived.
I'm not aware of who actually moved it, but I am aware that it was moved and then it was placed back where I found it.
Okay. But you never measured it, right?
No, ma'am.
And you never asked Mr. Caneiro, hey, is this your gas can?
I never did know.
And you never asked him when you were on scene, does this gas can belong there?
No, I did not.
Now, in addition to these 3 gas cans, you also observed 2 additional gas cans, correct?
Later on, yes.
And those were also in the shed?
Yes, they were.
I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-15. And this is a photograph of 2 additional gas cans, right?
Yes.
And these were, what, toward the back of the shed?
Well, towards the south side, where I was referring to the front, with the more decorative side, it's got the 1 door and the 2 windows, as opposed to the rear or the north side has the double doors.
I'm sorry, this is toward the front of the shed. And again, these gas cans are larger than the other one, right?
That's correct.
And you can also see from the photograph what appears to be some dirt along the bottom and sides of the gas can.
That's correct.
And now I'm going to show what's been marked as D1-29, and this is just kind of to orient ourselves a better view of the inside of the shed, right?
That's correct.
So the view that we have currently, we're at the back of the shed,
Yes.
and we're looking toward the front.
Yes.
And this is like the door you were mentioning, the nicer door.
The more decorative door.
With the like window panes.
Yeah.
And so the 3 gas cans are toward the back of the shed, right?
Yes.
And then the 2 that we can't see in the photograph are more toward the front.
Yes.
And the reason why we're at the back of the shed, looking into the shed and can see a door, is because the shed had a door in the front and a door in the back.
That's correct.
So you could walk through the front door and then walk out the back door and vice versa, obviously.
Yes.
And the gate to the shed, though, kind of like if you were in the shed, you walk out the front door, you're inside of the gated area of the backyard, correct?
That's correct.
But if you walk out the back door, now you're outside of that gated area.
Yes.
So if you wanted to get from inside the gated area to outside the gated area, one way to do it would be to go through the shed.
That would be correct.
And you also note in your report that you observed 3 gates.
Yes.
And one of those gates was directly next to the shed?
I don't believe so. The 1 gate was by the garage and the driveway. The 2nd gate that I observed was, I guess, midway in the backyard along the back fence there. and then the third was on the south side by where the main fire was.
I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-126. This is the front of the shed, correct?
Yes.
And we can see the gate here in the photograph.
No, there's no gate there. I mean, that's definitely the fence, and it goes to the left in this picture and then comes towards you around that white box, but the gate is behind and to the left if you're looking at this picture.
Are you defining gate as the door that opens?
The gate is, that allows entry through
Through the fence?
the fence.
Okay. So this is the front of the shed, correct?
Yes.
And then I'm going to show what's been marked as D 117. This is the back of the shed, correct?
Yes.
And does this appear to be a gate?
It could be. I didn't identify it as a gate.
I'm going to show you one more photograph. This is D 1-31. Can you tell whether that's a gate?
Yeah, looks like a gate.
That's a gate, right? Okay. So there's actually 4 gates on this property.
Okay.
Yes?
Sure. Yeah.
Well, you identified 3 in your report, correct?
Yes.
And then you just told the jury what those 3 gates were, right? Yes?
Yes.
And this is a 4th one.
Okay. Yeah.
You agree?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's next to the shed, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you ever do any processing? I know that on direct the prosecutor showed you what appeared to be like a handprint on the shed door,
Yes.
and you attempted to lift fingerprints from those markings, but there were no ridges, or you couldn't do it, right?
I didn't attempt to. I examined them. I didn't attempt to collect them. We would only collect them if I observed any potential ridge detail for identification purposes.
Okay.
I did photograph them, though.
I misspoke. You saw the potential fingerprints on the shed door,
Yes.
and you observed them visually to see if there was anything there that you could potentially try to lift.
Yes.
Okay, and you did not see anything at that point.
That's correct.
So you made no attempt to lift those, right?
No, I did not.
Okay. What about DNA swabbing of the shed? Did you swab the shed for DNA anywhere?
No, I did not.
What about that gate we just saw?
I didn't even know that the gate was there, so no.
We also heard testimony previously, as well as I think on your direct, about the footprints that were found near the shed.
Yes.
And specifically, there were originally there were 2 footprints, correct?
I was told about one, and then when I went to go look at it, I did not observe one, but then I did observe another one.
The one that you observed is the one we saw in your direct testimony on the wood, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And the one that you were told about that you didn't see, I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-17, is where this bucket was,
Yes.
right? And that was an attempt to preserve the boot print, correct?
Yes.
But it didn't work, right?
It did not, no.
And the boot print had essentially dried at that point. So that's why it didn't work?
Yeah, I don't know if it was a boot print or not, but whatever was they were protecting wasn't there to observe, or at least for me to observe what it was.
Some version of a shoe print?
Yeah.
I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-21. I think the jury's already seen this, but just to be clear, this is the photograph I think you took where you could no longer see the blueprint, correct?
That's correct.
And it's the dry stone.
Yes, you could see the line where it was covered on that center stone, where to the left is wet and then to the right
here,
is dry. Yeah.
the corner of the center stone.
Yeah.
And were you able to observe any other blueprints or footprints in the area?
Just that one that we spoke about that I photographed.
By the way, I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-116. What we can see in this photograph, if you agree with me, sir, is that this stone, so this is where the blueprint was that we lost, right, the bucket. And the stones are actually going to the gate, right?
Yes.
Now, when you searched Mr. Paul Caneiro's home, we saw photos on direct examination. I'm going to show what's been marked as D1-55. I think we saw a photo like this during the direct examination testimony. This is sort of a collection of clothing articles, maybe some coats and some shoes downstairs.
I believe that was in the mudroom by
The
the
mudroom.
by the back door area.
To the first floor.
First floor, yes.
And in addition to that, this wasn't the only area in the home where there were shoes, correct?
No.
You've observed shoes in the bedrooms and in other locations.
Yes.
And anywhere from the first floor or the second floor of the house, did you take any of the boots or the shoes, particularly belonging to Mr. Caneiro, to process those shoes?
No. Not from the first or the second floor.
In other words, to process the shoes for DNA, to swab the bottoms of the shoes for DNA?
No.
Any visual observations of blood on any of the shoes?
No.
To see if there was maybe mud on the shoes or anything like that?
No. We did collect a shoe
From the
from the
basement?
basement. Later on, after we had located the pile of clothes with the blood on them, we took, right in that general area, there was a metal crate with a shoe in it.
Okay, and when did you find that?
That was Friday as well, the 23rd? The 23rd?
Okay.
Friday?
Okay, so on the 21st, though, when you were there, you didn't take any other shoes, right? And you later took a crate of things from the basement. It had one shoe in it?
I believe it was one shoe, yeah.
Okay. Did you do anything with that shoe?
Sent to the state police lab.
Okay. And the rest of the shoes in the house, no observations, no swabbing or of any
No,
kind?
there was no observations made.
Okay. And with respect to the search of the home, you also observed, I'm going to show a more zoomed out version of what we just saw. So it's D1-56, and this is, again, that mudroom area with the clothing and the shoes, correct?
That's correct.
And in addition, there's like a laundry basket there,
That's
right?
correct.
And in D-1-57, another photograph that you took, and it appears like there's some additional clothing articles drying.
Yes.
When you searched talked about the bedrooms upstairs, right?
Yes.
And there were 4 bedrooms.
Yes.
One's the master bedroom.
Yes.
Correct? And then there's 2, one for Marissa, one for Katie, the daughters.
Yes.
They each had their own room,
Yes.
right? And there was a room that you designated as Paul Caneiro's bedroom,
That's
right?
correct.
Okay. That bedroom is actually, it's a guest bedroom, correct?
I was told that that was the bedroom that Paul Caneiro sleeps in, so that's why I called it Paul Caneiro's bedroom.
Okay. Regardless of where Mr. Caneiro sleeps, right, you had the opportunity to search that room and the master bedroom, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So you know that Mr. Caneiro's clothing was all located in the master bedroom.
Most of it was. I'm not completely sure about whether there was clothing that belonged to him in that other bedroom.
Okay. I'm going to show what's been marked as D-158. And this is a photograph of the master bedroom. I think we saw it yesterday, correct?
Yes.
And then here is a photograph of the master bedroom, but now you can see the walk-in closet, correct?
Yes.
And that was D1-59. D1-60 is a close-up of, we're getting closer, we can see the walk-in closet,
That's correct.
right? And D1-61 is your photograph where you can actually see all of the clothing articles in the closet, correct?
Yes.
Now, this clothing, did you search through the clothing?
The very first day of the fire, no. Subsequently, yes, during that,
On the 21st.
on the 21st, yes.
And so, did you learn that these clothes here they belong to Mr. Paul Caneiro?
No, I didn't take note of who they belonged to. It's just they were clothes that were there and they were searched,
Okay.
and nothing of evidentiary value was located in there.
Apologies, just 1 minute.
Turn the lights on for a second. Can I have you guys stand up for a minute? You're welcome.
Thank you.
Feels good, doesn't it? It's all right. We're going to come out here. Each one of you are going to do 10 jumping jacks. Go back.
That's possible.
Whenever you're comfortable, you can sit back down.
Sir, when you stated that there was nothing of evidentiary value, did I hear you correctly? You said there was really nothing of evidentiary value in the jeans, the clothing in the bedroom, including jeans that we saw in the photograph?
Yes.
What about the size of those jeans?
I didn't make note of any size of any of the clothing in the closets.
Okay. But we do know, you testified about it on direct, we do know that the jeans that you ultimately found, the ones that are still over there being presented in court, those jeans are a size 34 by 32, correct?
Yes.
34 meaning being the waist size,
Yes.
and 32 being the length.
That's correct.
Okay. So one thing that was not done was to check the size of all of Mr. Caneiro's jeans to see if they matched the size of the jeans that were worn, that they have all of the blood staining on them.
You weren't able to determine the size of the jeans that we found in the basement until many months later. So
Okay.
it didn't occur to me to check clothing sizes at the time that we had the search.
Okay. So it didn't occur to you that potentially you'd be able to ascertain the size of those jeans, whether the tag or measurements, and we don't know whether, we don't have anything documented what the size and the waist and the length of those jeans are in comparison to the jeans that are sitting here in court today. Another, when you were searching the home, you also took photographs of the garage area, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-134. And this is, we've seen this before, this is the garage area, correct?
Yes.
And I just wanted to orient ourselves again, that the left garage bay, that's the one where you indicate a car could not have pulled into that area because it was full of stuff.
That's correct.
Whereas in contrast, the right bay, that was an open area, and we know that the Cayenne was parked in there at some point, right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And this one, this open one in the corner that you can't see behind the red top convertible, that's where the fire was. It's this far left corner, correct?
That's correct.
And this view here, 1-136, this just enables us to see the shape of the driveway, correct?
That's correct.
So we can see that it's like an L shape, essentially. I mean, like an upside down L.
That's correct.
Because you pull out horizontally and then vertically toward the front of the photograph is the length of the driveway.
Yes.
And here's D1-137, which is just you can see the bottom of the driveway in that photograph, correct?
That's correct.
When you were taking photos of the garage, you also took some photographs of the keys, correct?
Yes.
D1-64 shows an area in the garage where there are some keys hanging up, correct?
That's correct.
This was in the garage, right?
Yes.
And was this also in the garage, D1-65?
Yes.
Okay, so this is more keys that we see in the garage.
That's correct.
And D1-66 is a close-up of those keys, correct?
Yes.
And actually at least one of these keys was seized. It's the one where we see the little tag, correct?
That's correct.
That went to a storage facility?
Yes, it did.
You were not part of that search, were you?
No, I was not.
in the garage also, we saw a photograph earlier of where the DVR that was taken, where that was located on top of the refrigerator, correct?
Yes.
I'm just going to show you a couple closer up versions. It's 1-204 is the first one. You took this photo, correct?
Yes.
And what we can see here is this is the top of the refrigerator area.
Yes.
And this is a Power Max box.
Yes.
That goes to the cameras themselves, not the DVR, correct?
I have no idea where that goes or what it is. I was just photographing that general area to document where I was told Ocean Police took the DVR and that switch.
Okay.
So I have no knowledge whatsoever about what any of that stuff does.
And this is another photograph. It's D1-205. And this is, again, sort of another photograph of the top of the refrigerator area.
Yes.
And there's no other photographs of, like, we can't see what is plugged into what from this photograph, correct?
That's correct.
There's no photographs of any outlets in the area?
No.
You didn't move the refrigerator to see what was potentially plugged in behind the refrigerator?
No.
There's no photographs of, like, what's back here, whether there's any power strips or extension cords. We don't have photographs of that, right?
No.
And this item here, this white circle on the ceiling, that are you aware that that is what's called an access point?
I have no idea what that is.
Okay, you don't know what an access point is?
No, I don't.
I think we saw this D1-202. You took this photograph as well, correct?
Yes.
And I know you don't know what an access point is, but did you take any note of this when you took this photograph? Did that have any significance to you?
No.
Actually have the state slide 59. Actually, we do 57 first. In this photograph, there's a circular object on the top right of that window, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
On the wall there?
Yeah, above the curtain rod?
Yes, above the curtain rod?
Yes.
Now, can we look at it, please? Okay. Again, I know you indicated you don't know what an access point is, but did you take any note of that circular object as
No, it was
not
just in
access point or anything of significance?
No, it was just in the photograph I was taking. It was the subject of this photograph was the burn patterns on the wall. So.
When you, we saw from the garage photograph, this is D1-63, if I could have the front table again. Was that the item that the bags were hanging off of in that photograph we saw in your direct examination? It's the safe in the garage?
Yes, the bag of other plastic bags, yeah.
Right,
Yeah, I
yes.
used as a landmark to what I was talking about at the time.
You had, in this photograph, the bags are taken off.
That's correct.
And we saw on direct, I don't know if you saw a close-up of it, but this is the, essentially the gun cabinet that was in the basement, correct?
That's correct.
And I think you had mentioned that you used bolt cutters to remove this sort of like a bronze lock.
Yes.
Did you, there's no note in your report as to whether it was like actually locked or unlocked.
It was locked.
It was locked, so
Yeah.
you did try to unlock it?
I did not have a key, and I wasn't going to, there was a lot of keys there between at the house and in the book bag. I just used the bolt cutters to get into it.
Right. That's not noted in your report, right?
Then I used bolt cutters to get into it.
No, that part is, but the part where you checked to see whether it was locked or not is not noted in your report.
No, but it was obviously locked.
Okay, obvious to you because you were there,
Yes.
right? Now,
If it was unlocked, I wouldn't have used the bolt cutters. So
okay. Now, you said that you didn't have a key, but that lock, doesn't it have it had numbers on it? Like it was like there was a number combination on it?
I don't know if it was a combination or a keyed lock. It was locked. I used the bolt cutters to cut it open to get into it.
Okay, well, you mentioned the key, so that's why I was wondering.
Okay.
But we don't have any closer photographs of that lock, right? Do we?
No.
Okay, so
This might be as close up as I have of that.
Okay, so you didn't take the lock off and take more photographs of the lock, see what maybe numbers were showing or anything like that?
No.
And did you try to collect fingerprints or DNA from the lock?
No.
What about the door or anywhere on the cabinet?
No, there was so much fire damage in that basement. To throw black fingerprint powder on a soot-covered it just seemed...
What about DNA
No.
swabbed?
No.
Because you did find other stuff that was covered that
Yeah, but
you sent for DNA, right?
the stuff that we recovered was, fortunately protected at some point encased in plastic that, I guess, melted and protected it from the heat and the water and the fire damage. So this was not protected like that.
Are you talking about what plastic are you talking about?
Talking about the chart articles where the jeans were, it had the plastic lid that it was adhered to that I sent to the state police lab for testing.
I see. Okay.
So that I'm sorry if I wasn't clear on that, but that's what I was referring to.
Okay. So,
Ms. Maslon, can you just tell us the number of that photo, please?
sure, it's D1-62.
62. Thank you.
Judge, can you approach?
Sure. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch very early.
Very early? No.
All right, 7 minutes early. That's kind of early, right? Juror number one, stop hiding. I can see you. All right, so we're going to break for lunch now. I'll bring you back up at 1:35. I hate when I can't see everybody. So I'll bring you back up at 1:35. We'll start right back up at that time. I hope you have a nice lunch. Don't discuss this case. Don't do any research. And we'll see you back up here at 1:35. Thank you. Lieutenant, you can take your lunch break. Obviously, you're still under oath. The same statement that I said to you earlier. Just please don't discuss this with anyone until we're done. Okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, everybody, we'll take a break, and I'll see everyone back in your seats, ready to go at 1:35, please.
What you suggest you try? Yeah, the thing's gone and the thing retracted. It's a little different. The screen's gone. Oh, and the projector's not.
We're hiding the judge.
I feel like it's kind of disrespectful, whoever that is.
It's like all those.
All rise. Support the court in session. The Honorable Judge Mark Lemieux presiding.
Good afternoon.
Good
Feel strong, ready to go?
This room feels different.
You have a choice?
No.
I'm gonna call lunch.
Will you put the screen down? Anna? That's Judge Lawson behind there, just in case you're wondering. Judge Lawson was the assignment judge here for well over 20 years. And then after Judge Lawson, then Judge Thornton took over for 9 years before, unfortunately, she passed away, and then I took over after that. So that's a lot of history back there. Yep, of assignment judges in our county throughout the years of this courthouse. So
That's yours right there, right? Your portrait?
me? No, I'm not up there. They're not going to put me up there. Let's be honest. So no.
You don't want to scare
It
people
normally
away.
doesn't happen until after you're done. So maybe.
Here a while.
Yes, they can just say, forget him. Whatever they want to do. All right. We're back on the record. It's State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. It's indictment 19-02-0283. Can I have the appearances of counsel for the record?
Afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Prosecutor Nicole Wallace on behalf of the state.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon, Judge Chris Becker for the state.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Monica Mastalone for Mr. Caneiro, who's present.
Good afternoon, Judge. Andy Murray, Mr. Caneiro.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mr. Caneiro. Okay. Lieutenant, you're still under oath? All right. We're ready for cross-examination, Ms. Mastalone, as soon as you're ready. Thank you.
I'm just going to need the front table again. Good afternoon, Lieutenant.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
So one of the things I just wanted to circle back to earlier, this is what I was looking for. Basically, when we talked about the size of the jeans that were ultimately found in the basement, right?
Yes, ma'am.
We talked about how they were a 34 by 32, correct?
Yes.
And the reason one of the reasons we know that, or the reason we know that, is because when the lab was able to separate the jeans out from the pile of items, we were able to access the tag of the jeans, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you took photographs of that.
Yes.
So I'm gonna publish what's been marked as D1-152. And we can see in that photograph it says W34, L32. Do we agree that's what it says on the tag in the photo?
Yes.
And that would be width 32, width 34, length 32, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And just a zoomed in version, D1-151, we can maybe see it just a little bit better in that photograph.
That's correct.
Now I want to talk about the French doors for a moment. You testified yesterday in direct that there were 3 3 back doors, correct?
Yes.
And there's like a single door, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That goes into the mudroom.
Yes.
And then there's sliding glass doors that go into the kitchen. And then there's the French doors that go into like a dining room area.
That's correct.
Okay, so I'm going to show. So to be clear, your testimony yesterday was that you did or did not process the French doors?
I photographed them and then I examined them.
Examined them?
Yes.
Okay, did you, so you and I guess I'll just publish 1-127. Again, just to orient ourselves, on the far right of the photo is the single door that goes into the mudroom, correct?
Yes.
Next to that would be the sliding glass doors from the kitchen,
That's
correct? And then these doors here are the French doors, correct?
That's correct.
And now you said when you arrived, obviously, I think you mentioned just before we broke for lunch that you arrived on scene around 8:06 a.m.
That's correct.
And that's a few hours after this all started.
Yes.
Right? So I think you said yesterday you come to the scene and you kind of get it as it is when you get there.
That's
Right?
correct, yeah.
So, you had no control over the fact, for example, that someone had moved to the gas can, right?
That's correct.
And there's firemen, there's police officers, so whatever's happening between 5 a.m. and 8 a.m., those 3 hours before you arrive on scene, you're not involved with that.
That's correct.
So when you arrived, you found that all 3 doors were unlocked, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, but were you informed, though, that the first officers on scene indicated that only the French doors were unlocked?
No, I have no knowledge of that.
So no one told you, hey, pay close attention to these French doors, those were the only back door unlocked when they first arrived?
I'm hearing this for the first time right now, so.
I'm telling you for the first time now?
Yes.
Okay. So when you observed the French doors, you didn't take any swabs for DNA?
No.
On the handle or the door's frame or the door itself, the window panes,
I
nothing?
wouldn't have with that obvious fire damage.
Okay.
That's why I concentrated my examination to just visual.
Okay.
And same thing, even though the other 2 doors didn't have obvious fire damage, my visual exam, like I said yesterday, about surface disruption, there was no obvious sign that anybody had touched those doors.
Well, just to be clear though, when you say fire damage, right?
Yes.
Fire damage can mean it's more difficult to get like evidence such as DNA, right? But it doesn't mean it's impossible. We know that.
No, but heat and fire generally do destroy DNA, fingerprints, so it's not impossible. I've never had any experience where I recovered either fingerprints or DNA from a fire damaged surface. So.
Okay. All right. We'll put a pin on that for now. Here's the inside. This is D1-116. This is the inside of the house. Those are the French doors?
Yes.
Okay. On the inside, did you take any swabs of the inside of the doors, or look for fingerprints on the inside of the doors where perhaps there's less fire damage on the inside?
No. Again, that was part of my overall observations and checking the doors themselves, so exterior and interior.
Okay, but you can't see DNA, right?
No.
Okay, and you didn't swab it for DNA, right?
No, I didn't observe any blood either. So.
Okay, well, we talked earlier about alternative light sources and Blue Star, right?
Correct.
Because you can't always see blood, right?
That's correct.
Sometimes it's wiped off.
That's correct.
And, okay, so the fact that you didn't see blood doesn't mean that there might not be DNA there, right?
That's correct.
And I know you're not a DNA expert, so I'm not asking you to get into anything specific, but I think we all know, would you agree, tell me if I'm wrong, that you can get DNA from things other than blood, like touch DNA and, sweat, things like that.
Yes.
Okay, so, and you can't always see that when you're looking at a surface.
That's correct.
Okay. And moving to, since we're inside the house, yesterday we saw a photograph of the lighters inside of the house.
Yes.
I'm just going to show what's been marked as D1-400, and this is a photo. I think we saw this photo yesterday, or something very similar to it, right?
That's correct.
This is a photo you took of it's a lime green lighter and a blue lighter, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to show what's been marked as D1-52, and this is a zoomed out. Would you agree with me that this is a zoomed out version of what we just saw?
Yeah, overall photograph of that room.
Yeah, and I know
Probably the opposite side of where that first picture you showed me was.
Yeah, yes, exactly. And that's right. This is, the first photo was taken from like if you were standing closer to the door.
Right in
to
that
the main
area,
door.
correct.
And now you're standing more in the living room.
Opposite side of it, yes.
Okay. And we can see the same too. We see the lime green lighter in the center of the photo, and we see the blue lighter on the ground, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And also in this photograph, we see a candle on top of the where the TV is in the living room,
That's correct.
just a few feet away from the lighters.
Yes.
And it might, I don't know if you can see it, but do you see that there's also additional candles on the bottom right of this photograph?
Yes.
And then I'm going to show what's D1-51, and you might be able to see some additional candles in this photograph.
That's correct.
Now, I know we talked a lot about the shed throughout, not just with you. So I'm not going to show any more photos of the shed, but I am going to show near the shed, because we heard a lot about the black nitrile gloves,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And we know that there were, which we'll talk in a little bit about, in the pile of items, there were numerous black nitrile gloves.
That's correct.
And then there was also the box of black nitrile gloves that was kind of burnt.
Yes.
And I think you showed the jury the contents of what was inside of that
Yes.
box, which was like a pack of black gloves.
Yes.
Right? But those weren't the only gloves that Mr. Caneiro owned, right? Those weren't the only gloves that you photographed on his property.
That's correct.
So I'm going to show what's been marked as D1-35. And this is a box of blue, either nitrile or latex gloves that's close to the shed, correct?
Yes.
And was it found like this, or did you remove it from this bucket?
I don't recall if I removed them from that bucket. I believe I did, looking at this picture.
The reason I ask is because if I show you D1-34, we see it appears to be the same bucket,
Yes.
and it has like a glove in it and something else.
Yes, you're correct. They were in the bucket, and then I moved them out to photograph them
Okay,
and
so-
examine them.
So these were blue gloves that he had, right?
Yes.
And then also, I think this is now we're inside of the shed. Some photographs that you took. I'm going to show you what's been marked as D1-36. And I don't know if you can tell from this photo, but do you see this gray item in the middle there?
Yes, I do.
And does that, can you tell whether that's a gray, like latex or nitrile glove?
Yes. It
Is
was
it?
very similar. It was very similar to other gray or white gloves that I found on the exterior of the shed in the back, strewn throughout the yard there.
Okay, and those ones, I think, I don't know if you testified to this, but you didn't bother to collect them because they looked old and...
I believe I didn't testify to that. In my report, I articulate that they were all examined. The ones in the bucket were either submerged in water or the ones out in the grass or the curtilage around that area were either soiled from the elements or things like that, just not worthy of collection. There was no visible blood staining or anything like that. Some of them were brittle.
Not worthy of collection, you said,
Yes.
right? Okay. And then, just so the jury sees what we know, the 1-37 is this is a more zoomed in version of that gray glove.
Yes.
And then 1-38 is actually, I don't know if this is the same glove or a different glove, but this would be an example of one of the gray gloves that were found.
That's correct.
I want to back to the Porsche Macan, when you performed the search, this is a photograph D1-81. This is a photograph of the inside of the Macan, correct?
Yes.
And what we see here in the center console, do you know what that is?
And the cup holder there, that's like a gauze pad with like tape.
Yes, so I'm going to show you D1-80. That's a close-up of what we just saw, right?
Yes.
And that's like, would you agree with me when you go to the doctor and you get a shot and they put the little thing on your...
Yes, I would
Yes,
agree that
you
that
agree
is
that's
very,
what that
very
is?
consistent with that, yes.
Okay, and just so we're clear, you took photographs of Mr. Caneiro, right?
Yes.
We saw some of them.
Yes.
Here's one of the photographs where it shows perhaps an injection site consistent with that, correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to show... D1-401. That was this one. And then I'm going to show D1-402, which is just...
See this one, that was the picture that you, just for the record's sake, that was the first picture you showed with his arm, which you asked the witness questions about. Now you're going to 402. Go ahead.
Correct, yes. And 402 is just a zoomed-in version of what we just saw, correct?
Yes.
You took this photo?
Yes, I did.
Now, we also saw a couple photographs during your direct testimony. I'm going to show what's D172. I think this was shown, something similar to this, and it appears to be a marking on his, on Mr. Caneiro's arm.
Yes.
And I'm going to show what's been marked as D1-73. This is just a zoomed-in version of that.
Yes.
And D1-74 is just same thing, but now you're holding up a ruler to measure it.
Yes.
It's very small.
Yes. Well, not to measure it, it's for scale. If I have to reproduce that on a one-to-one level, meaning actual life size, that scale helps me be able to do that.
Right, so we know the size if we need
Yes.
to.
Yes.
Now, you testified that on direct that originally you testified at some point you assisted with getting Mr. Caneiro's medications out of the house.
Yes.
And then we saw a photograph of the back of the Cayenne, the larger SUV,
Yes.
and there was a pillowcase full of some medications.
Yes.
Okay, one of the medications, I'm going to show what's been marked as D1-53, was a collection of insulin in the refrigerator, correct?
I didn't examine the medication. If you're saying it's insulin,
Well, you took these photographs, right?
yes.
So 1-54 appears to be it's a photograph you took, and it appears to be a collection of insulin.
You're saying they're insulin? I just knew that.
You don't know?
I don't
Okay.
know. I just was told that's where the medications were,
When
and I collected them and then turned them over to the family.
When Mr. Caneiro and his family were asking for the medications, you were not made aware of the fact that he was diabetic?
No, just that they wanted his medications. There was no reason for me not to provide them. I didn't want them going into the house because of obviously the nature of the fire. So I asked them where they're kept, and then I went to those collection points, put them all in the bag, the pillowcase, and then brought them out to the family.
Okay. And so these the insulin, these vials that we see, that was in the refrigerator, right?
Yes,
And then there were additional medications upstairs.
that's correct.
Okay. And you have no idea. You did take photographs of the medications, right?
Yes.
But you're not a doctor.
No, I'm not.
And so you have no idea what the potential side effects of those medications are as far as bruising
Objection,
easily.
Judge. I think she's testifying to facts.
I agree, sustained.
With respect to the injuries in this case, right? We saw some photographs.
Yes.
And again, you're not a doctor,
No.
right? You can't tell us. You have no personal knowledge. We saw some minor bruising, right?
Yes.
You can't tell us because you have no personal knowledge of how that happened, right?
No, I'm not. All I was doing was documenting what I saw.
Right.
And that was it.
So no, and nor do you know when that happened, right? Whatever
He's
caused.
interjecting. I think based upon her question alone, he's not a doctor. So
Right,
the
he
question-
doesn't know how they got there or the time frame of when they got there, correct?
That's correct, sir.
You only documented what you saw, period, end of story.
That's correct, sir.
All right. Next question.
When you were documenting the McCann on scene, we've seen, I think we've seen this before, 1-119. This is the burn mark that you, on the vehicle that you photographed, correct?
That's correct.
And below the vehicle, I think we saw this 1-118. This was like a ring of something.
Something,
Yeah. What can you tell us about the something, or what do you know about it?
I just knew that it was odd looking, so I photographed it.
Okay. And did you do any like testing with respect to it?
No, ma'am.
In the basement, I just want to show you a few photographs that I believe you did take. On the this was on the 20th.
Okay.
These photographs. This is. We're going to return back to that. Focusing on some of the other things that you testified to on direct examination. You testified about, I'm going to show it's D1-332. This was the Microtech knife that we saw you like retracted on the stand.
Yes.
Right? And you sent this to the lab.
Yes, I did.
Okay. And obviously you're not here to testify about results, right?
That's correct.
You just know that you sent it to the lab.
That's correct.
But visually, you didn't observe any blood on that or anything like that.
No, I did not.
Did you fingerprint it?
No, ma'am.
Now, you also testified on direct about 3 separate things that were found. One was the FLIR, another is a laser target,
Yes.
and the third is the Mantis X.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's start with the FLIR. The FLIR comes in a little case. I'm going to show what's 1-331. Do you recognize that as the FLIR
Yes, I do.
case? The case,
Yes, ma'am.
and you can see maybe that's even your hand. So it's small, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to show what's marked as D1-330, and this is the inside of that case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
The FLIR item is on the left,
Yes.
and I'm going to show what's marked as D1-329, and this is just a close-up of the FLIR, right?
That's correct.
This way? Okay, so this is something that you put into, like it plugs into your phone, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And it essentially is like a heat vision type thing. It's an application on your phone.
Yes.
So you plug it into your phone, and then you can use your phone and look around and see if things are warm, if they're red colored because they're warm, or they're blue colored because they're colder, things like that.
That's my understanding of how that operates.
Okay, so it's almost like an external application for a smartphone.
It's definitely an external device. I don't know if it has an app that goes with it or how that works, but yeah.
You didn't test it, or?
No, ma'am.
Okay. But what we do know about it is that it's not, this is like nothing, it's not a firearm specific accessory. It's just, it can be used for anything.
It's a device that attaches to your phone that can be used for any purpose.
Okay. And I'm going to show what's marked as D1-328. This was this is the laser target that we saw earlier.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you said, like, if you shot a real gun at this, it would break.
Yes, ma'am.
It's not meant for live fire.
That's correct.
And lastly, there was the Mantis X. That one, I think, is State Slide 171. Do you want to just open that up? Oh, never mind, actually. That's not, I'm sorry. I can't recall, did we show a photograph of the Mantis? Did you have that? What slide is that? Do you know? We didn't-
I don't know if I see a picture of it.
That,
I don't know if I saw a picture of that.
yeah, I'm not sure we did, Judge.
It's around 66 is around where I think what we're talking about. It's 68 and 69. I could be wrong.
I don't think we have a picture. I don't think we have a picture. The device? Put it downstairs.
Okay, the last item was the Mantis X, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And we don't have a photograph at the moment. Do you want to, can you just describe it for the jury, maybe to jog their memory if they saw
It's
it?
a small black rectangular device. It's really nondescript, just it's small and rectangular.
And
It's like a cube, but not a rectangle shape.
is it about the same size as the FLIR?
No, it's a lot smaller.
Smaller.
Oh, no, the FLIR? No, it's smaller.
So smaller, I'm just showing again, D1 329, smaller than,
It's definitely wider, but smaller width-wise. Not width. Deep. It's wider. It's deeper, and thinner.
okay. And is it also something, well, it's, to be clear, the Mantis that we're talking about,
Yes.
right? It's a dry fire training system.
That's correct.
And what that means, what dry fire means, is you don't use live rounds. You don't use it with bullets, right?
That's correct.
So you attach it to the firearm,
That's correct.
and it's just for to help assist with your firing form, so to speak.
It's a training aid, yes.
It's not meant to be used with live ammunition.
I don't believe so, no.
And it's not like a scope or a laser sight or anything like that.
No, ma'am.
And it wouldn't help you actually hit the target in real time because you don't use it with a real bullet.
That's correct.
Now, we saw a lot of photos of a lot of bullets.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't think I need to show them again, but 170 is an example of one of the metal tins with all of the bullets.
Yes.
And then 1-97 is an example of like what each of those would contain inside.
Yes.
And then I think you said there was so there was a bunch of those, and on top of that we have loose rounds.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say loose rounds, you're talking about there were metal containers of basically unused bullets that did not have, they weren't in like a box.
That's correct.
And so I think you said in direct testimony, you're guesstimating, you're approximating, to be fair, but I think you said like thousands of bullets.
Yes.
Okay.
And again, just based off the math of that one can that I had here was 650 in that one alone, and then that's where I got that number from.
That's how
so
you
we're clear.
arrived at that
Yeah.
number, that estimate.
Yeah.
But it's a lot. We can agree
It
it's
is
a lot.
Yeah.
And if we're talking, if we can focus on the basement for a minute. When you arrived on scene on the 20th, right, the day of the fire, you went at some point into the basement that day.
Yes.
And you noticed that there was approximately 4 inches of water on the floor.
That's correct.
So when you went into the basement, you were getting wet?
Yeah, I had to put boots on.
You put boots on, okay, because...
It's pretty common with house fires where all the water that's used to put out the fire collects in the basement.
Okay, so when they're doing the fire suppression and they're, throwing water with the hoses and things at the live fire, water ultimately can collect in that area.
Yes.
And that's what happened here. There was approximately 4 inches of water in the basement as a result of that.
Yes.
And when you returned the next day, on the 21st, was there still water in the basement?
No. The fire department, after the 20th, after we left, they pumped out the water in the basement.
Okay.
Which they commonly would do.
And on the 21st, when you were in the basement, I think we saw something similar to this on direct. It's D1-120. This is the unfinished portion of the basement.
Yes, ma'am.
And we can see how, like, a lot of things are, melted and from the fire.
That's correct.
There's fire damage.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you mentioned that there's a bunch of these, what we see as kind of black crates with yellow lids.
That's correct.
And I think you mentioned that you repurposed some of them, right?
That's correct.
So you took some of those crates and you put evidentiary items in them and then brought them upstairs outside.
Yes.
D1-121 is another photograph of the unfinished basement area. And what we just saw was like this area here, which is more sort of the center of the photo, I think. And now we're stepped back a little bit.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And on the left side, is that a workbench? Is that what you're referencing it as?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And on the workbench, that was D121. I'm going to show D124. On the workbench, we see on the left side, like a monitor to a computer, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And right next to that, we see like a tablet computer.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And those items were, I mean, I don't know if you can tell from these photographs, but they were plugged in?
I don't recall if they were or they weren't. I would imagine they were.
Okay. This is D1-125, and this is just a close-up of the tablet. And obviously we see fire damage, right?
That's correct.
Now D1-123, you saw this on your direct testimony, and this was a photograph of one of the many black natural gloves that we've seen, right?
That's correct.
And the prosecutor asked you, what is that on top of? And you said the workbench area, correct?
That's correct.
But actually it's also on top of a keyboard.
Okay. It looks like a keyboard.
Oh, you agree?
Sure. Yes.
Did you seize the keyboard, or did you take it, or no?
No.
Okay. So fast forwarding a little bit to the 23rd, because again, you were there on the 20th, came back on the 21st, started a search. but then stopped at some point, came back on the 23rd because you skipped over Thanksgiving. And
Correct.
I think just to go back for one moment, on the 21st, right, when you got there to search, you were going to search the vehicles and the home, right?
That's correct.
And you noted in your report that there was media outside, so you searched the house first.
That's correct.
By the time you were done, you came outside, the media was gone, and then you searched the cars.
That's correct.
Okay. And on the 23rd, when you came back, that's when can we agree you did like a more thorough search of the basement?
Yes.
And D1-85, again, I think we saw something similar to this on direct, but this is what we're talking about when we reference the pile of items, right?
Yes.
And the jeans that we saw, were in this pile.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So there's a lot going on there, right?
Oh, yes.
When you said earlier they were protected,
Yes.
they're like somewhere in there. Is that what you mean?
What I mean by protected is at the start of the search, all of this was covered. I remember I was explaining how I started at the top and slowly moved away excess articles and then looking through. This is at some point through that process. So everything that was covering all of that had been removed. And then what couldn't be removed, I brought upstairs as a whole and then did the thawing and then further examination in the garage and then ultimately stopping.
Okay, you bring up the thawing.
Yes.
So tell me if I'm wrong. You collected this item and then you bring it upstairs and you put it in the driveway.
Not in that state. It's in the basement. I put it in a paper bag.
Okay.
And then I bring it upstairs and I lay with it in the paper bag in the driveway in the sun.
Okay. And the reason you did that was to thaw it.
Yes, so I can thoroughly search it and try and separate as much of non-biological, potential biological items from it. So I didn't have to send it all as one big item. But that ultimately did not work. So.
Okay. So the thawing, though, just so that the jury understands, the reason why you had to thaw it is because we talked earlier about the water from the firefighters.
Yes.
And the water got into the basement and it got all over things, right?
Yes.
And then overnight it froze.
That's correct.
Okay, so these items were sort of like, they were tell me if I'm wrong, sort of simultaneously melted together, but also frozen together.
There were parts of it that were melted that I couldn't separate the plastic from the cloth material, whether it's blankets or dog bed. I thought initially it was a dog bed. Couldn't separate that. There were parts of that pile also that were frozen. So again, I couldn't separate all of that together. That's why I brought it all to the driveway to try and separate it some more. And then once I saw additional blood staining, what I thought was blood staining, that's when I decided to just stop it right there and then send it to the lab.
Okay, so just a yes or no on this question. So we do agree that some portions of it were melted together and some portions of it were frozen together.
That's correct.
Okay. And then you put it in the driveway in the sunlight so that it could thaw or melt.
Just so we're clear, in the bag still, not out in the open.
Right.
Just so.
In the evidence bags.
In the evidence
Paper
bags.
evidence bags.
Paper evidence bag.
Okay. Were the evidence bags closed or open?
They were closed.
They were closed.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you take any photographs of what's inside of that trash
No, ma'am.
can? Okay. Do you recall what was in that trash can?
No, I do remember searching it. I don't recall what was in it.
Were there more gloves in that trash can?
I probably would have collected if I saw more gloves.
So we don't know.
I didn't collect any, so.
I'm going to show what's D187. Is this what the pile looked like before? When you said, when I showed D185 and you said this was like in a stage of like uncovering it, was this what it looked like and it was when it was more covered?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Or substantially similar to what it was looked like. For best reference would be a photograph of the basement the morning of the fire when I first got there. And in the background, I can't really tell in the background of this photograph, it would be like the fire hoses in the window.
Okay. And this is a zoomed in version of that, right? And this is D1-86.
It's hard to tell with that reflection, but it is, generally speaking, a more close-up photo of the pile of clothing and articles.
I'm just going to show a few more photographs of, so D1-84, this is part of that, is this part of that pile?
Yes, ma'am.
And D1-88, is this part of that pile?
I believe that was underneath that pile, so that was that second art pile of, so it was blankets, jeans, the gloves, all that nonsense. Then the yellow lid, then a black container that was searched, and then these were underneath that.
Just want to make a note. And D189 is the close-up of that, right?
Yes.
D190, this is a photograph I think we saw in direct where you had to label J for jeans, G for glove, and something else for the crate.
The shirt.
The shirt?
Yes.
Or maybe this is a different photo then, because this doesn't have the shirt? Or it does have the shirt?
It has the gray Eddie Bauer short
Okay.
sleeve shirt.
All right, and so these are the items together, right?
Yes, ma'am.
D191 is a photograph of the jeans,
Yes, ma'am.
and D192, we can start to see some staining in that photograph, right?
Some staining and some fire damage.
This is D192, 1-92. And again, closer up and you can start to see staining. Right?
Yes.
And lastly, D1-93, same thing.
That's correct.
And the jeans are touching the gloves, and the gloves are touching the crate, and maybe the shirt's in there somewhere. We see some feathers, things of that nature.
Yes, ma'am.
jeans that we saw earlier, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is the front of the jeans, right?
Yes, ma'am.
These markers, these white markers, who did that?
The New Jersey State Police,
Okay, and what do they indicate?
just areas that they examined.
Okay, and they leave that there so that law enforcement, when you receive it back, you know where it was tested, right?
It's really for them where they find their items that they tested.
But once they give it back, now you know where it was
Yes.
tested, right? Like, they're not keeping it, they give it back.
No, yeah.
Okay, and this is how they give it back to you.
Yes.
Now,
Well, obviously, we look at testified before, not in this condition, but
I mean, they gave it back to you with the indicators, with the white marks on them.
yes.
What is it like a piece of, it's a tag?
It's a piece of paper, looks like, with like a garment tag that you would find it, like that holds a receipt for, not a receipt, a tag on a...
On a clothing item.
Yeah.
So these are little white tags throughout the jeans that show where they did testing or something?
Yes.
Okay. And then we have the back of the jeans, right?
Yes.
And we can see pretty clearly what the back of the jeans look like, right?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay. So I can leave those there for one moment.
Lieutenant, when we're talking about the jeans, we're talking about S232, correct?
I'd have to look, Judge. Is that all right?
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead. I just want to make sure the record was clear because we didn't identify it when we showed it to you.
S232, yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, sir.
Okay, so this is S-231, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, does this appear to be a second pair of jeans?
I don't believe so. They could be a part of those. I don't know if they were, if it's like transfer, but I just,
Well, how about this? Can I have help for a second? Do you mind holding this? He's going to hold this. And I'm going to show you the back of these jeans, right? And do you see how the back of these jeans, we can see both pockets and this label here?
yes, ma'am.
And we see a piece of the label here,
Yes, ma'am.
right? And then if we look at these jeans, we also see the back of the jeans and the full label.
Yeah. See how the border here is missing on these jeans, but you have it all on here. It could be just a mirrored image of this on the back here, like so.
So if you turn that
Could
around
be.
though,
I mean, I haven't done an exam on these, so I mean,
Right.
it looks like it to me.
well, so but we see this has a whole piece here,
Yeah.
and this piece is here. We have a full label, right?
They're on the outsides. So some of it's missing, like right over here.
You can see that
You can
it's
see that it could be generally the same shape if it's mirrored.
How about this? If you take a close look at these jeans, can you tell that they're two different colors?
One looks, this is blue, and that looks blue, but like a rusted blue. I don't. It's
Okay.
not really.
I'm gonna put this down for one moment. So, can I have the front table? What I'm showing you, D420. This is a photograph of the full jeans that we have right next to you, that are next to you right now, correct?
That's correct.
These are the genes that were, that we just saw, these photographs with the staining on them that were sent to the lab, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And they were returned back with the white tags.
That's correct.
And now I'm going to show what's D1-166 and D1-167. Though that's the second item that's on the ground at the moment, right?
That's this one right here.
Okay. And can we see how, and I'm going to show you 167, this is the same thing, right?
Yes, ma'am. Judge, do you need the item number?
That'd be great. Thank you.
It's S231, C as in Charlie.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
So, can we see how, kind of like how you testified to in direct, that blue and the other gene is more of a bright blue? And it's hard to tell through the plastic, but you can tell in the photos, can't you?
There is a slight difference in the shade of blue, but yes. At least to me.
Now, these genes, the ones that you're holding, they don't have any white tags on them, or do they?
No.
Okay, so that's an indication that those genes weren't tested?
I believe so.
Thank you. Just a few more questions. We saw photographs of Mr. Caneiro, right?
Yes, ma'am.
When he was at the Ocean Township Police Department?
Yes,
And you
ma'am.
took some photographs of his body?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever test Mr. Caneiro for gunshot residue?
No, ma'am.
What about accelerants or trace accelerants?
This was significantly later than the time. This was like late evening by the time I had that opportunity to interact with Mr. Caneiro, so I don't know if he used the bathroom or anything like that.
Hey, you never know,
You never
right?
know. No.
Doesn't hurt to try.
I don't leave That's sustained. Doesn't hurt to try. I'm not sure that that's a question.
I can rephrase it.
Okay, go ahead.
Would you agree with me, sir, that there would be no downside to trying to ascertain whether there's gunshot residue or accelerants, trace accelerants on Mr. Caneiro?
At that particular time, I wouldn't necessarily say it was a downside. It's just something that, because of the lack of time or the passage of time, that it just wouldn't have been probative.
You made a judgment call.
Yes, it did.
At the police station, at some point, I think, did you testify on direct, am I remembering correctly, that you collected Mr. Caneiro's cell phone?
I didn't testify to that at all.
Okay. Did you
I
collect
did.
his cell phone?
I believe it was turned over to me, yes.
Okay. And then you gave it to Detective Migliosi?
Yes.
Okay. And did you get the passcode to the phone?
No, I did not.
You didn't have the
It
passcode?
was more of a conduit to getting it to Detective Migliosi.
Okay.
So I didn't-
You just gave him the phone, you didn't give him the passcode?
If there was any paper, I don't remember if there was any paperwork or anything written anywhere.
Okay. You didn't personally ask Mr. Caneiro for the passcode?
Objection, Judge. Let me hear.
Yeah, you can. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to strike the testimony as it relates to the passcode and getting the passcode. I want to take out that number 2 pencil, the eraser, from your brain. I'd like to add a few things to mine, but it's a little late for that. But go ahead.
You've referenced a few times in this case your technical report, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But you also wrote a few supplemental reports.
Yes, ma'am.
And those supplemental reports, they discuss things that you did later on in the investigation.
That's correct.
Because your initial report is everything that happened, let's say, the first week or two or so, and then if you did anything later on, you would write an additional supplemental report.
Yes.
One of those supplemental reports, you testified under RAC that you would transport items back and forth to the New Jersey State Lab.
That's correct.
That's for testing,
That's
right?
correct.
One of the things I think you testified was getting a buccal swab from Mr. Paul Caneiro.
That's correct.
And that's a cheek swab for his DNA.
That's correct.
And you also at some point transported DNA cards for Keith, Jennifer, Sophia, and Jesse, correct?
I don't recall if I did the actual transport of that, if it was another detective, but somebody from our office did. I'd have to look at the lab receipt or report.
You or someone did, is what you're saying.
It's either me or one of the other detectives assigned to the unit. To be completely accurate, I would have to look at to answer your question accurately, I have to look at either a report or the evidence receipt.
So I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as S-130. Do you recognize this as one of your supplemental reports?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's dated at the bottom, I think it's March 8th,
Yes.
2019.
Yes, ma'am.
And so it's a few months after all of this happened.
Yes.
And if you want to just read that to yourself and then let me know when you're done, it's a short paragraph.
Yes. I'm good.
Does that refresh your recollection
Yes,
as to
it
whether
does.
it was you or someone else who transported the...
It was me.
It was you. Okay, so you transported the DNA for the 4 people I just mentioned.
Yes.
You never transported or took possession of any DNA related to Corey Caneiro.
No, ma'am.
And you also, we talked before about how you used things like an alternative light source as well as Blue Star, right? Which are 2 mechanisms that law enforcement can employ to try to find evidence that, particularly maybe trace evidence or evidence that isn't totally visible or isn't visible at all to the naked eye.
Yes, ma'am.
And another thing that you did consistent with that was use a Fujifilm X-T1 infrared camera.
Yes, ma'am.
And is that basically a camera that has an alternative light source aspect to it?
Yes, ma'am.
So you can use this camera to take photos and you can see hidden details like blood stains and maybe gunshot residue patterns or things of that nature?
Yes.
And you wrote a report on you using that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And in your report, you indicate that you used it on the thermal shirt, the scarf, the sock, and the cord, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you also indicate that there was no additional evidence found based on that.
Yes.
There's nothing in your report where you used it on the jeans that we just saw?
Yeah, that's the reason why that wasn't is those items that are detailed in that were not actually examined by the lab. They were returned. These were. So I was looking for additional areas to maybe submit to the lab for retesting or any other sort of additional testing.
And but those didn't have any of the tags on them, right?
No, they did not.
And there was, we talked earlier how there was multiple searches of Mr. Caneiro's home, right?
Yes.
You did like a walkthrough on the 20th.
Yes.
Then there was the search on the 21st
Yes.
of November. Then it was carried over to the 23rd.
Yes.
And then there was a later search on, I think it was what, the 28th or something.
That sounds about right. Yes.
And that search was more geared toward like electronics,
Yes, ma'am.
and a lot of electronics were seized from the house.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you said on direct something about like there was a bunch of spare phones that were found.
Yes, those were found. Not on that. There could have been phones, but the ones I've testified to were about the ones that I found in the basement on the 23rd, or whatever date that was.
And of course, everything that's found is itemized, right?
Yes.
Everything that's found is documented with photographs. Everything that's taken is listed and itemized in evidence receipts.
Yes.
The prosecutor showed you some of those during your direct testimony. Okay, and at no point at any time was Jennifer Caneiro's phone found in Mr. Caneiro's house or vehicles or possession.
Not that I'm aware of. I don't examine any of the electronic evidence. In some cases, I'll collect it, but our computer crimes unit generally handles all of that sort of examination.
So to your knowledge, no.
No, ma'am.
And I think the prosecutor asked you about this on direct. We heard a lot about the various firearms and guns that Mr. Caneiro owned,
Yes.
right? Those guns were lawfully owned.
To the best of my knowledge, they were.
That's all. Thank you.
Redirect.
Before can we approach sidebar?
That one took a little bit longer than I expected. Sorry. Redirect.
Now, Barriers, Lieutenant, you asked questions, we talked about it, and then you asked questions about that Mantis device and the laser light.
Yes.
What is the purpose of those two devices, generally speaking?
For training purposes, for firearm marksmanship.
To assist one in becoming more...
Objection leading.
Is it designed to assist one in an attempt to become better or worse at marksmanship?
Better.
You asked some questions about blood in the house and things that you looked for in the DNA context, correct?
Yes.
Now, you talked about identifying ultimately 2 swabs on near the front door area. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And that you had been provided some information before swabs were taken and sent to the lab, correct?
That's correct.
And that was that someone injured their hand, correct?
That particular information I didn't learn about that until afterwards, so
Okay.
not before.
But at some point, did you learn that someone said they hurt their hand in or around 27 Tilton?
Yes.
And was the area swabbed?
Yes.
And ultimately, I think Ms. Mastalone told you that the DNA returned to be consistent or to be the DNA of Sean Edson, correct?
Yes.
And he's who?
A volunteer fireman?
Okay, so those 2 areas of blood near the front door, I think it's inside the house, correct? But near the front door?
One of them, I believe, was on the exterior, right at the front door, and the other one was the foyer wall just inside the front door.
So that blood near either the entrance point of 27 Tilton or near the exit point of 27 Tilton, it didn't belong to Mr. Caneiro, right?
No, it did not.
You were asked some questions about that little bandage in the car, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say, we didn't talk about that on direct examination, right?
No, we did not.
Because it was consistent with blood being drawn from someone, correct?
Yes.
It was a doctor's appointment that day?
I understand, yes.
November 19th?
Yes.
Okay, so we didn't think it was relevant?
No.
Now, just to get back to that, and I'll be quick, the southeast corner, ultimately you locate what is later determined to be some items of evidence, the jeans and the what, correct?
Yes.
Were you with anyone when you discovered those items at the house?
Yes.
Who were you with?
Trooper with the New Jersey State Police?
Okay, was there anyone with him?
Not another person, no.
Was there another animal?
Yes.
What was the animal?
It was a cadaver dog?
And based upon your observations, did you then look at that pile more closely?
Yes.
You asked some questions about you asked a bunch of questions about the shed and the gas can, right?
Yes.
And when we looked at the gas can, I'm not going to bring it up again. Was there any liquid on the gas can in some of the photos at 27 Tilton?
Yes.
Okay. And did you determine or did you make any observations of how that happened?
Yes.
Wow, how that happened?
Like I said, one of my first observations when I got to the scene, there were periods of rain, and then all the fire suppression activity in and around the house.
And could you see any evidence of rain on some of those slate tiles near the shed?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Judge.
Recross.
Sir, when we saw photographs earlier, and I think maybe it was on your direct testimony, we saw when we. Oh, can I have the front table? Sorry. So when we saw some of these photographs earlier, such as D1-84, ND 1-166. You were trying to ascertain like what's in this pile, right?
Yes.
One of the things that was in the pile was a dog bed.
What I thought could have been parts of a dog bed, yeah.
Okay. And then a cadaver dog alerted to the dog, to that pile with the dog bed.
Yes.
Okay. And that cadaver dog also had actually come straight from, or earlier that day was at 15 Willowbrook, correct?
I don't remember the exact sequence. I believe we were the first area that they stopped at 27. I believe. I gotta have to look at my report again. I know that he was going back and forth whether I was the first stop or meaning 27 Tilton or the other address.
Do you know if that's something that you would have documented in your report, or if that would probably be in the cadaver in the?
No, I documented it in my report. I just need to look at it real quick.
Do you have it up there?
I do not. No.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S129. If you have it in there, let us know.
So on page 27 of my report at the very bottom, Friday, November 23rd, 2018, 8:55 a.m., I arrive at the Tilton. And then other members of the prosecutor's office arrive, and then around 8:40, so around that time, sorry.
Around that time is when,
8:40 in the morning is when the trooper arrived?
and that was at Canine Creed?
Yes.
Okay, but you don't have an indication in your report of where Canine Creed came from.
We were the first stop that morning, I believe. I don't know what time he arrived at 15 Willowbrook, but based on those times, I would believe that we would be the first.
So you're assuming?
My assumption would be.
Okay. Obviously, you don't have Canine Creed's handler's report in front of you, right? You're just looking at your report.
I am looking at my report. I'm just. Do believe. No, yeah, at 117, it's on page 30. I guess the third paragraph at 1317, so 117, completed his assignment and responded to 15 Willowbrook Road.
Okay. So the canine was going back and forth between the two addresses.
At 8:55, I arrive. He shows up. I'm sorry, not 8:55. Yeah, 8:55, and then at 1:17 he leaves to go to 15 Willowbrook.
I can just.
I'm sorry, at 12:32, we go to the Ocean PD where the dog searches the Cayenne.
Okay. There's no question pending. I could just have. Ultimately, sir, you're not the handler for the canine, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so you don't know what this canine's history is with respect to his certifications, his accuracy rate, or anything like that.
No, ma'am.
You just know he showed up.
That's right.
Mr. Decker, anything else?
Judge, I don't have any further questions.
Sir, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we start our next witness, we're going to take our break now, so to give you a break. We'll be back out at about 3:05, 3:10, depending on how long you guys need, and then maybe I need it, I don't know. But 3:05, 3:10, and we'll get started right back up. Thank you. Don't discuss this case, don't do any research. Okay, see everybody shortly. Just watch your step as you come up, please. Put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, please?
Sir, I do.
All right. Once you get seated and comfortable, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
My name is John H. Lightbody, Lightbody.
Prosecute.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us where you're currently employed?
I currently own an investigation firm. I'm the chief investigator and president of Find the Cause Investigations, a firm I opened up 4 years ago.
Okay. And Find the Cause Investigations, what's the nature of the investigations that you guys most commonly conduct?
Fire origin and cause investigations, fire suppression strategies and tactics, as well as code, building and fire codes.
Okay. Now, I want to draw your attention back to the November, December 2018. Where did you work there then?
At that time, I was an investigator doing fire origin and cause investigations for James F. Valentine and Associates.
Okay. Now, I guess safe to assume that at some point you left there and you started your own business.
Correct. In 2022. I was with his firm for 17 years.
Before I go any further, I'd just like to show you something that's being marked as S343. Ask you if you recognize that document.
I do.
What is it?
This is my CV.
Okay, and what's a CV, just so we understand?
My curriculum vitae, which outlines my work history, as well as my educational background, predominantly related to this particular one is for fire investigations.
Now, to be clear, I guess at some point you were asked to become involved in an investigation at 27 Tilden Drive in Ocean Township?
Yes, I was.
And who actually asked you to become involved?
I was contacted by Chubb Insurance Company, Mr. Steve Costanzo.
Now, back when you were working for Valentine and Associates, and even currently with your own business, is it common for you to do work for insurance companies?
Yes, they're my primary clients.
Okay, so to be clear, were you or were you not involved in a criminal investigation at 27 Tilden Drive in Ocean Township?
I was not.
Okay. Now, that being said, do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
I do, sir.
Okay, and can you tell us for how long and where you worked?
I worked at the Ocean County Prosecutor's Office. I retired as a detective sergeant. I was the architect and built the arson task force there in a major crimes unit from 1988 until 2004. Prior to that, I was a career firefighter at the Naval Air Engineering Center, Lakehurst, now known as Joint Base McGuire-Dix, for 8 years from 1980 to 88.
Okay, so from 1980 to 1988, your primary job responsibility was what?
Full-time firefighter, career firefighter.
And is it fair to say that you had to get some training to be able to do that?
Quite a bit, yes.
Can you talk about that initial training?
In that aspect of my career, I was involved and am involved in all the disciplines of the fire service. So it's fire prevention, protection, suppression, and investigation. In that particular point of my career, I was in the fire suppression aspect. I joined the Eastover Volunteer Fire Company at 16 years old, and I took a ton of classes. And when I was 18, I was appointed as a firefighter at Navy Lakehurst because of that education that I had. So from there, it was primarily a fire suppression strategies and tactics area, and I worked in the crash fire rescue crew, aircraft crash fire rescue. And that's when I began, in that 8 years, taking classes in fire origin and cause investigation, as well as in inspector's licenses.
Okay, at some point thereafter, did you attempt to transition that investigative training into law enforcement?
I did.
And is that when you joined the Ocean County Prosecutor's Office?
In 1988, yes.
And
Excuse me.
during the course of your time at the Ocean County Prosecutor's Office, where was really the focus of your investigation? What units?
At the prosecutor's office, I was hired specifically for then the arson unit in 1988 under Sergeant Larry Wilson in major crimes. And then subsequently, when he retired, I was appointed as a sergeant, and they gave me the opportunity to develop and build an arson task force, which was a task force, a multi-agency task force for the investigation of fire and arson matters, as well as environmental crimes.
On your CV, which is marked as S343 in front of you, do you document, the majority or the most important investigative courses that you took with respect to fire investigation, cause and origin?
In this particular CV, I do.
Okay, can you just give us a summary of the investigative trainings that you had completed?
So, in this particular piece, there's 110 classes. I'll give you some of the highlights. I attended the DCJ Academy 90-hour arson class, which was put on by the state of New Jersey, and subsequently, after in 1998, I became an instructor, lead instructor for that class. In addition, I went to the FBI fire arson class in Quantico, Virginia. I attended between 5 and 10 international conferences for the International Association of Arson Investigators, and probably 20 to 30 for the state chapter of that same association. Extensive investigation in origin and cause, building construction, hazardous materials as it relates to that, and fire suppression classes as it relates to fire origin and cause investigations and the effects suppression have on our investigations.
So fire dynamics and what other people do, like firefighters do before investigations start. Understanding that, is that important?
Very important, yes.
And also, I think you talked a little bit about building construction. Can that sometimes be important?
It's extremely important because you can develop a theory as to how fire spreads. In the scientific world, there is a whole science to fire, in how it spreads, how it moves, how it's deflected, and how it ends up from point A to B, C, and D. There's variable ways that happens, and building construction is one of the primary factors in that concern.
Now, as far as any certifications in the field of fire investigation, do you have any?
I do.
Okay, can you tell us about that?
I'm what's identified as by the International Association of Arson Investigators as a certified fire investigator. That is a extremely difficult position to get. In this state of New Jersey, I think there's 50, maybe 60 of us. Also, I'm a certified fire and explosion investigator through the National Association of Explosion Investigations, NAFI, fire investigators, and a certified fire investigation instructor, as well as a level 1 fire instructor.
Now, working predominantly on the civil end of fire investigation, I mean, is that accurate based on what you do now on the civil end?
Yes.
Okay. So, do you have more opportunity as a result of the civil end than you did, let's say, when you worked as a criminal investigator with the Ocean County Prosecutor's Office?
Currently, yes. 99.9% of my job is civil matters. I do get called into criminal stuff, and I may evaluate it and not get involved.
Okay. Now, for criminal investigations, there's not always a reason, if the fire is not suspicious, for police to investigate. Is that fair?
Agreed.
Okay. Now, from the civil context, your job is to come in and make a determination for the insurance company, right?
In the civil side of the case, it's more for identifying potential subrogation matters, and what that's for is, say, if a product fails and causes fire damage or damage to a building, and one insurance company insures the owner, somebody insures the product, we pursue against the product failure for subrogation to recover any monies that are spent. And on the same side, liability, say a plumber works on a house and he causes a fire, you defend those people if you can, or those incidents if you can.
Now, any professional associations that you hold?
Yes.
Okay, can you just tell us what those are?
I'm currently a life member of the New Jersey chapter of the International Association of Arson Investigators. I belong to the International Association of Arson Investigators probably for a good 35 years. I'm a life member of the Ocean County Fire Chiefs Association, as I was a past fire chief in Toms River and a past district fire chief in Toms River. And I'm a life member in the Ocean County Firemen's Association and several others.
Now, have you ever had the opportunity to be offered as an expert in Superior Court in New Jersey in the field of fire investigation or origin and cause determination?
I have.
Do you know approximately how many times?
Approximately a dozen times in the criminal and civil matters, both Superior Court of New Jersey and the federal courts.
At this time, Judge, the state would offer John Lightbody as an expert in the field of fire investigation and origin and cause determination.
Any objection?
No, Judge, thank you. We are satisfied with Mr. Lightbody's experience and qualifications.
All right, thank you. You heard me read this twice already. I don't want you to sit here and say, did he forget that he read it already? It's my job to make sure that I remind you every time that there is a new expert that may come in on this case, so I'm just going to do that for you now. So here we go. As a general rule, witnesses can only testify to facts known by them. This rule ordinarily does not permit to be received as evidence the opinion of a witness who is not testifying as an expert. However, an exception to this rule exists in the case of an expert witness who may give their opinion as to any matter in which they are versed, which is material to the case. In legal terminology, an expert witness is a witness who has some special knowledge, skill, experience, or training that is not possessed by an ordinary juror, and who thus may not be able to assist, who may be able to assist the jury in understanding the evidence presented and to determine the facts in this case. You are not bound by such expert's opinion, but you should consider each opinion and give it its weight as you deem it should be entitled, whether that be great or slight, and you may reject it. In examining each opinion, you should consider the reasons given for it, if any, and you may also consider the qualifications and credibility of the expert. It is always within the special function of the jury to determine whether the facts on which the answer or testimony of an expert is based actually exist. The value or weight of the opinion of the expert is dependent upon and is no stronger than the facts on which it is based. In other words, the probative value of the opinion will depend upon whether, from all of the evidence in the case, you find those facts are true. You may, in fact, determine from the evidence in this case that the facts that form the basis of the opinion are true, not true, or true only in part, and in light of those findings, you should decide what effect such determination has upon the weight to be given to the opinion of the expert. Your acceptance or rejection of the expert's opinion will depend, therefore, to some extent, on your findings as to the truth of the facts that you rely upon. You and you alone are the sole fact finders in this case. You must be persuaded solely by the evidence presented at trial when determining whether the state has satisfied its burden. As the sole judges of the facts, you are to determine the credibility of the various witnesses, as well as the weight to be afforded to their testimony, to determine whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt all elements of the crimes charged. So with that, we'll go on to the questioning. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Lightbody, I'm going to show you what's been marked as test 344. You recognize that?
I do.
Okay, what is that?
This is a copy of my report I authored on behalf of Chubb Insurance for them in this matter.
Now, if you have that in front of you, you also have your CV in front of you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you need to refer to S344, that report, if you could just let us know, that would be great. Now, I want to ask you about an investigation conducted at 27 Tilden, obviously. Okay? Now, we talked about how you were hired on the civil end, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Now, during the course of your investigation, did you have any contact with law enforcement?
I did.
Okay. Why was that?
Well, generally, before I go to any type of fire, I contact the local authorities and determine whether the scene is accessible by the private sector, that would be me, or any of our people. so as not to interfere with any ongoing investigation they may be performing.
Do you need to correspond with law enforcement in order to actually go on the property?
I do not.
Okay. What if the scene is being held by law enforcement still?
I would defer to them, so as not to interfere or contaminate anything they're doing with their investigation.
And during the course of your investigation, did you at any time work with any others as part of your team?
On my team, I retained Michael Plick of Plick and Associates. He is a mechanical engineer, as well as Mr. Martin Grant, who works for Mr. Plick, who is an evidence technician.
Now, you said Mr. Plick is an engineer, correct?
Yes.
Now, do you often utilize the services of like experts, so to speak, in fields like electricity or engineering?
Yes.
Now, is fire investigation, or can fire investigation be collaborative?
Yes.
Now, I want to ask you, with respect to your overall investigation at 27 Tilton, did you use a specific method?
I did. I used what's known as the scientific method. It's a methodology in how we perform fire investigations.
Okay. Now, is that the scientific method pursuant to NFPA 921, is that something that you learned during the course of your training in fire investigations?
Yes, sir.
Is that also something that you teach in fire investigations?
I do.
Okay. Because you said you had been for a period of time the lead instructor at the Attorney General's Office fire course, correct?
That's correct.
Now, can you just tell us what that scientific method consists of?
So in general, it's a collaborative effort to structurally perform your investigation. So there's 7 points to this whole thing, and how it goes is you recognize that there's a problem that has to be addressed. That's step 1. And then the problem here is you identify the problem, and that's step 2. We have a structure fire in Ocean Township at Mr. and Mrs. Caneiro's home. That's step 2. Step 3, we begin to gather empirical data through interviews, contacts, fire scene examination, photographs, documents, whatever we do when we do our investigation. We gather that data. And once we gather the data, we then look at, we assemble the data and we examine it to see where we're at with this. And step 4 becomes developing a hypothesis as to what potentially could have been the cause or contributing cause to the fire and the spread of fire. And then subsequently we test that hypothesis. Once we test the hypothesis, we come to an opinion as to what the cause and the potential spread of the fire was.
I think you mentioned steps 1 and 2 are kind of simple, correct?
Yeah,
You know, we have a problem in that there was a structure fire, right?
that's correct.
And step 2 is I got hired to go investigate, right?
That's step 2.
Okay. Step 3, we talk about doing an investigation, bless you, and gathering empirical data, right?
That's correct.
Can you tell us how you start to do that in this case?
Well, generally, mine starts from the minute I get the case, as soon as if it's a daytime call and I can contact the local authority. I start calling them again to affirm that I'm not going to interfere in anything. And then I go to the site and I conduct witness interviews of those who may or may not be there. If they're not there, I can't talk to them. But generally, I meet with a family member or an owner of the home or the policyholder and conduct an interview as to the circumstances surrounding the event. Not only the fire, but the circumstances previous to that. Did somebody work on the house in the last 10 years? Were there any problems with electrical and mechanical devices? Does anybody smoke candles, incense, etc.? And we try and get those circumstances known before I go in to conduct my scene examination.
Can you start with who lives there, right?
Yes.
Could you also gather some data on the internet or anywhere else regarding, who owns the property, what year the home was built, and the like?
Correct. My office does a search for the structure, and hopefully, most times, we can get the type of construction, the square footage, when it was last purchased, et cetera. In this particular case, I came up with the construction year, the square footage, I think over 4,000 square feet, and the home itself.
Now, can I just put up S1 E, please? And can I, now there's a PowerPoint that was put together for your testimony, correct?
Yes.
And it was based upon photos taken by whom?
By whom did you say?
Yeah, who took the photos?
I did.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that you would recognize the contents of the photos in that PowerPoint?
I will.
Okay. Now, I just want to show you basics. I want to show you slide 25, please. Can you just tell me what that shows?
This is the front of the Caneiro house, which faces west to, what's the street here? Tilton Drive. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. Now, that is the, you can see that that's basically the west side or the front side or the A side of the house, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you take note of any damage to that area of the home?
I did. I note as we do damage assessment as well as the lack of damage, because that becomes important to us as we do our investigation. And we could probably talk about that shortly.
Sure. So, is part of your initial assessment, is it exterior based?
Yes,
You walk the house and try to make any observations? Is there damage here? Is there not damage there? Those sorts of things?
that's correct.
And then eventually you go where?
Into the house.
Okay. I just want to go to the north side of the house, or the B side of the structure, and I'm going to show slide 26. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay, what does that show?
So this is the north side of the house. You can see that the garage area is a two-car garage. It's a one-story in height, and it's attached to the two-story residential portion of the home. What I note here is that the gable, where the roof comes together, that little window, is there a pointer or something?
There's a stylus up there, a little pen, that if you wanted to mark what you're talking about, we'll preserve it before you undo it.
No.
I'm not good like this.
Is that, use this point?
I don't think I need to draw.
Yes, with that soft point.
If you draw, then everyone will see what you're talking about, so if you wanted to...
So I just draw this?
There you go.
Okay.
Why did you circle that, sir?
Because I wanted the jury, if they don't know what a gable wall is and a gable vent, that is a gable vent in a roof system. It's ventilation for the attic of the home. You'll note there that there is soot damage coming out from the attic because smoke and heat did get into the attic. So that vented out of the north side.
Okay. Now, can I have a slide? Can we preserve that, sorry?
26.1, it's S1D.
So once you hear that print, if we do that again, you could just hit that undo button,
Okay.
and it'll go away. Can I have slide 27, please? And just, could you tell us what you're looking at here?
This is a combination of a photo of the north side and the east side of the structure. The photo's taken from the north facing south. This particular photo, you see much better. On the bottom left side of the garage, you'll see a fire pattern. It's at ground level, and it causes damage to the door jamb of the garage, the door of the garage, and the ground and the underside of the garage door.
So what you circled there, was that an area of damage that you were able to identify based upon your exterior survey of the residence?
I did.
Okay. And again, is that something that you're going to further investigate as you continue with your investigation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we could preserve that.
27.1.
That's slide 28. And sir, can you tell us what that shows right there?
It's a close-up view of the previous photo showing the fire damage to the door jamb and the garage door and the ground and the underside of the garage door itself.
And then slide 29, please. What do we see there?
Additional view focusing more on the door jamb, displaying fire damage to the jamb and the door again.
And based upon your observations only at that point in time, were you able to deduce anything about the the door jamb there, the fire patterns or anything of the like?
And it's at ground level, it burns up and out from there, it's pretty isolated, but more importantly, there's no electrical or mechanical devices in that area which could have caused or contributed to this fire pattern or cause of the fire at this location.
Now, based on what you just said, you just said that there's evidence of fire damage, correct?
Yes,
Then you said there's no electrical or there's no cigarettes burned out over there. At that point in time, just based upon that information alone, do you draw an ultimate conclusion or do you do something else?
I don't draw a conclusion to that yet because I haven't seen the rest of the house, and I don't have the rest of the knowledge of what I have to look at. That will be included in the totality of my conclusion later. Again, because fire does travel in different ways, and I want to make sure that this isn't a fire that communicated from somewhere else somehow. So there's no conclusion yet on this, although it's certainly a point that needs to be addressed.
Okay. So it's something that you kind of take note of and then you continue to go on with your investigation?
That's correct.
And as part of that investigation continuing, do you go to the east side of the residence?
I do. Everything I do is clockwise.
Now, can I have slide 30, please? And what are we looking at there?
This is an overall view of the east side of the house. Strike that. Yeah, east side. I'm sorry, yes. East side of the house prior to any boards being removed, as I found it on November 24th was when I first went there. So this is what I encountered when I got there.
And I'll ask you an obvious question, but were you able to identify where the majority of the damage on the rear of the home was located?
Yes, that's identified as the southeast corner of the home.
Okay. Can I have slide 31? You recognize that?
I do.
Okay, what does that show?
This is a close-up view of fire damage to the exterior of the home. The fire burning from ground level up. The boards are there covering some windows and a window well. And the fire communicated to the underside of the roof system, what's known here as the soffit, and communicated into the structure at multiple points from this area.
Now, there's some plywood in that photo, obviously, right?
Are you the new plywood?
The new plywood.
Yes.
And that was put there to cover windows, right?
Cover windows and provide security on the home, yes.
Now, obviously, based upon when you took this photo, this was at some point days after the fire. Is that accurate?
Yes, I took this 4 days after the fire.
Have slide 32, please. Oh, sorry.
Undo?
As soon as you hear the printer. Slide 32, what's that show?
Slide 32 are the plywood boards removed, obviously, and what you see here, folks, is you have a gas meter here. It's a gas meter set. The meter's still intact. It's still there. There's a window well right here, if I may. I just do this for you. That's a window well. The well is the hole in front of the window, and the window enters into the basement. Above that, these windows are on the first floor. They enter into a living room in the east wall. And then above this, you'll see what appears to be almost new plywood. That's actually a piece of plywood that was installed because it appears there was a window there. Behind that plywood is a walk-in closet. And then to the right, you'll see the new plywood here. This is the bathroom window, which was boarded up as well.
Before we preserve, that's fine. Preserving print is fine. But are you able to determine when you take this photograph and observed it a few days after the fire, anything about fire patterns?
Yes.
Okay, can you talk about that?
So when we recognize fire patterns, fire traditionally burns up and out. Okay, so that's why when you're told to crawl in smoke, it's all rising above you. So is the heat. In this particular case, it'll burn up and out. Fire will burn up and out until it's deflected by a horizontal surface. In this courtroom, it would deflect across the ceiling once it hits the ceiling. So that redirects the fire, as we talked about fire spread before. So in addition, there's what's known as a V pattern, the letter V. Now this is more of a U pattern because it's pretty spread out right here.
I'll get rid of this one and print it again.
Let's not print until after it's done.
So traditionally, the base to a V pattern or U pattern is what's known as the point of fire origin. So as you can see in this photo, the fire was later determined to originate in this window well in the ground area there. It burned up and out. It communicated on the vinyl impression sidings, which allowed it to continue to burn vertically. So you see how this burns from here. It goes up this way, and the reason why it turns left here and then right over here is because we do what? We hit a horizontal surface, and that is the soffit. So once that soffit's penetrated, sorry about that, once the soffit's penetrated, it allows the fire to enter into the attic. This particular fire, I can look at it and bring the fire all the way down to the ground level and show that the fire originated at ground level.
Now, two things. I think you talked about a point of origin or an area of origin that was depicted in that photo, correct?
Yes.
Now, based upon everything you said, you seem to be able to identify that with that photo. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Now, do you draw your ultimate conclusion, though, at that point in time?
No.
Okay. And that's going to be at the end, right?
So this is a suspected area of origin and subsequent point of origin, and that has to be identified once we determine. So let me just, if you don't mind, once we determine where the fire originates. So we do an investigation, we determine the area of fire origin. And in this particular case, it's on the outside of the house right here. And then the point of fire origin is later determined. Once we determine that, we determine if there's any electrical, mechanical, any other heat devices that could have caused or contributed to the cause of this fire. In this particular case, we would probably look at, or we looked at, improper discarding of smoking material or other heat sources that may have been there.
Now, as part of this investigation, I think we could preserve it now. Thank you.
32.1.
Now, I'm going to show slide 33. Undo that.
So just hold it down for 2 seconds.
Yes.
If you hit it a bunch of times, it will eventually. Sometimes you have to hit it more than once.
Yeah, that's not my fault, that's not a drawing. Is it?
We switched slides. We just get rid of it. Sorry.
So I'm showing you now slide 33. I'm going to ask you whether or not you examined or investigated that basement window.
I did.
Okay. And how do you go about doing that, and what did you see?
In this particular photo, oftentimes when we deal with area of origin and point of origin, there are variables to this, but I will tell you that oftentimes the most extensive amount of fire damage and deepest and heaviest charring is normally consistent with the longest area of fire burn. Now, there's variables on that. In this case, there's not a lot of variables. So what I'm showing you here is, you'll notice on the plywood right here, the sheathing is consumed. It's not consumed anywhere else. So that would tend to suggest to me that it burned there for a longer period of time. If you also notice in construction, this is called a double plate. So you have two 2x4s that form the base of a wall system. There's a bottom plate, which is the lower one, and a top plate on top of that. This fire penetrated there into the wall system, consuming the plywood, and caused heavy charring on the 2x4 bottom plates. As you move away from this area, you'll notice that the fire damage, although extensive, is of a much lesser degree in comparison to that.
Okay, we could preserve that.
33.1.
I have slide 35. Now, you talk about progression, extensive damage versus significant damage, but maybe of a lesser extent. Can you talk about what you see in slide 35?
I see the fire communicating, and on the previous slide, I didn't point it out, I apologize. You could note that the underside of this windowsill, these windowsills, had fire damage to the underside of them. So you remember, if fire's burning up and out, it's underneath it burning up, attacking this ledge. It's the same thing on that windowsill. So that's what occurred here. It continued to communicate up, and at the same time, it penetrated the windows on the first floor and entered the structure on the first floor within the living room. It continued to burn up and out until it hit that soffit system, and then continued to burn horizontally to the left and right until such time it penetrates that soffit and enters the attic.
And when we talk about penetrating the soffit, entering the attic, is that ultimately how you made the observations above the garage?
Yes, that's, once it enters the attic, that cavity, called the attic, fills with smoke and heat, and it's pressurizing, so it starts to push out. And in this case, it pushed out on the north side gable vent.
Now, just briefly, the areas, did you identify areas where the fire penetrated the interior of the home?
I did.
Okay, and where were those areas?
Based on my observations and fire patterns, the areas were located first in the attic, the basement window at ground level. The fire got into the basement, and then the first floor windows into the living room, and then subsequently it got into the attic via the soffit, and it also entered the master bathroom window.
Okay, so while you're making observations on the exterior of the home, do you examine at any point the gas line?
I do.
Okay, and where was that specifically located?
Well, the concern here was that the gas meter was directly adjacent to what was identified as a point of origin. So during this investigation, it was critical for us to, we used the process of elimination to consider that as a heat source and/or a fugitive gas that might have leaked and found an ignition source and ignited this fire. So that's where our engineers came in, and collectively we did gas line testing. But this particular meter is directly adjacent to this window well.
And did you participate in other testing, like the gas testing by the engineers?
Yes, I was a part of it, yeah.
Now, I want to just show you slide 40. Let me ask you if you recognize slide 40.
I do. That's the gas meter located on the east side of the house at the south corner.
And what do we see atop the gas meter?
Melted vinyl siding on top of the gas meter.
Does that play a role, or does that mean anything to you as a fire investigator?
Well, as I look at it, I identify that predominantly, although it's damaged, it's intact over the meter. So my consideration here is if I had a gas leak at this meter and it ignited, I probably would not have, more than likely not have any intact siding on top of that meter.
Now, on the exterior, continuing with other potential sources, things that you would need to eliminate in order to draw a conclusion, did you find something called a mist-away system?
I did.
And what is that?
A mist-away system was located on the south side of the house, and what drew my attention to that is, on a comparative value, we could call it a sprinkler system above ground. So there's hoses with distribution nozzles for this system, and I had never seen one before. So I followed it back and found this mist-away system. It's a bug spray, or it's a bug spray. It's a bug repellent in the ground and discharges into the grass area.
Now, just for clarity, can I have slide 43? Is that a photo you took?
Yes.
What is that of?
That's the nomenclature label on the system itself.
Okay. Can I have slide 42? What do you see there?
That's the mist-away system. It's an AC-powered system. The tank you see there would be the product that's dispersed along the grass. And my concern here was if the product was ignitable, a liquid that could have contributed to a spread or cause of a fire ignition. And that's what I was looking for, to include or eliminate that as to why this fire spread the way it did.
Okay, did you make any observations or do anything to determine whether or not, or how much liquid was potentially actually in the containers?
I did. This tank was empty, and that's the only mist-away system I located in the home, on the property.
Okay. Now, you also said you did some investigation as to like what it was and what type of liquid would be involved, correct?
I did.
And how did you go about doing that?
I searched the Mistaway system. I found out what products were in it. I do have them if you want me to read them. They're very big words, chemical. But all of them, what's known as the material safety data sheets, I located those for each product. A lot of it is water, and there's small percentages of product for infestation of bugs or eliminating bugs. And there's nothing ignitable, there's no flammable or combustible liquid in this particular product.
Okay. So you note that and you move on? I mean, you note
Yes.
that information and you move on
Yes.
with your investigation?
Yes.
Now, was there any electrical in the area of the gas meter or the window to the basement outside?
No.
Okay. Now, is that something that you would consider as part of the investigation?
Yes.
Okay. Did you locate any type of discarded smoking materials, cigars, cigarettes, anything else out there?
I did not. I cleared all the vegetation that was there in the first couple of photos very gently. I looked through there looking for any smoking materials that could have caused or contributed to the cause of the fire, which met with negative results.
Because we saw a bunch of foliage outside the window in the original photos, correct?
Yes.
Can I have slide 44? What does that show?
That's a cleared area of the foliage where I can now identify the ground, and you'll see when I identified this Mistaway system, you'll see the tubes that run here, there's some over here, and some in here. So that's what drew my attention to that and made me realize there's something here that I gotta identify.
Okay. Now, you could preserve it, sure. Thank you. You could preserve it, thank you.
44.1.
Mr. Lightfire, if you could just hit that on do.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Now, I want to ask you about whether or not you needed to take any measurements or anything outside of that window well.
I did. I took measurements of the window well, as well as the size of the window that enters that basement.
Why do you do that?
To determine, the area and the volume of air that could get into that particular window. And I later looked at another window, and this particular window opens from the top in. So generally, I think that's made for break-ins where you'd have to climb in the window, go over in the well over the window. So it's a security type window, in my opinion.
Now, just briefly, have slide 45. Is that just a photo showing the measurements that you're taking?
Yes.
And 46, you recognize that?
Yes, it's the windowsill, and as we have this photo up here, this is what I was referring to, the underside of the windowsill melting because it was being attacked by fire from below. The window is 16 inches from the well.
Now, at some point, do you continue your investigation into the interior of the home?
I do.
And why do you do that?
Now I want a couple reasons. One, you want to document the damage, and you want to find if there's any other areas of the home that need to be addressed. Right now, I have two unusual fire patterns that are not connected. Right now, in my mind, the first fire pattern at the garage door is not connected. It was caused by this fire. So the verbiage would be, there's two separate points of origin right now, is in my consideration, my hypothesis, with no natural fire communication to the two. In other words, this one didn't cause the one at the garage, and the one in the garage did not cause this one.
You want to go inside and continue to ensure that hypothesis is ultimately where you're going to land. Is that accurate? So how do you enter the home?
Through the front main entrance.
No. For purposes of just understanding how you did this, we'll run through this, but can I have slide 49?
Can I just correct one thing? I said it was 16 inches. I apologize. It was 4 foot 5 inches from the ground. Couldn't do the math that fast.
53 inches. Is that it? 53 inches? 4 feet, 5 inches?
Okay, yes.
Checking off. Is that the door you entered to the home?
It is. That's the front main entrance that fronts Tilton Avenue.
Now, you enter a lot of homes. Is that accurate as far as your work?
I do.
Okay. Now, do you do it, and I know every house is different, but do you try to do it in a similar manner each time?
I do every fire investigation I do consistent, yes.
Okay, and what's the consistency that you use?
I do the exterior of the property, I document those fire patterns, then I enter the home. As you noticed, I did a clockwise around the house. Unless there's an obstruction where I can't do that, I do that every time, and I've done over 3,000 investigations. In this particular case, I enter the front main entrance, and I photograph the door I walk through, and then I do systematically clockwise photographs of every single room of the home.
Okay, so I'm going to go to slide 51, please. You recognize that?
Yeah.
What's that show?
That's after I entered the home. I did an overall photograph of the door that I came through, and you'll see this double door closet is in the north wall of the hall of the foyerway.
Okay. Now, beyond that yellow wall, is there another room?
There is. There's a almost like a formal living room or a living room type.
Okay. Can I have slide
There's
52?
things in there.
Can I have slide 52?
There it is. Yeah.
Is that the room you were discussing?
Yes.
Okay. And now, when you're walking through these rooms, are you looking to see if you can observe any fire damage, soot, smoke, anything like that?
So I'm looking for that in addition to habits of the occupants. So if I suspected smoking, and I'm further buttressing whether anybody in the home smokes, I didn't find anything like that as well.
Okay. Can I have slide 53, please? What do we see here?
This is taken from, I believe it's a dining room facing the kitchen, facing north.
Now, north through that door leads to what?
The garage, a laundry room, and a bathroom.
Can I have slide 54, please? What do we see here?
An overall view of the kitchen, which shows the Viking stove and a table. And this particular doorway we just talked about leads to the garage and the bathroom and the laundry room.
I have slide 55, please. Now, you take a photo of the Viking range, correct?
Yes.
Why is that?
It shows devices and their type of fuel. In this particular case, we were going to test all of the appliances that use natural gas. And in this case, the Viking stove does use natural gas. And again, we're going to look for any leaks or any problems with the piping that may have contributed to the cause and or spread of this fire.
Okay. Can I have slide 57? We're continuing to where here?
This is clockwise. You see the stove in the lower left corner here. I'm facing now south, and this hallway leads into the, I believe, a dining room, and then the living room, first floor where the fire penetrated. That would be the south end of the home, first floor.
And slide 58, turn back in the other direction, correct?
Yes,
Showing what?
the garage entry door, and then I go to the left.
Can I have slide 59, please?
It's the laundry room, which is a gas dryer, and the bathroom.
Now, those gas dryers would be something that ultimately you would evaluate during the course of your investigation?
Yes, I took photographs of that and behind it.
Okay. And then we're moving to that dining room. I'm going to show you slide 60. Recognize that?
Yes.
What's that show?
I'm taking a photograph from the living room on the south side where the fire penetrated those two windows, facing north. That's the dining room. And you can see we start to develop and see smoke conditions and some heat conditions around the electrical switch, the outlet down here, and then across the top here. And then you see the development of smoke, which is now into the home.
60.1.
And from there, can I have slide 63? What do we see there, Mr. Labonte?
I stepped back to take this photo just to show the communication of fire through the windows, and if you notice, they're still boarded. Fire came through the upper portion of the windows and then continued this way, and then at some point, fire suppression forces, the fire department, came in and stopped the fire spread on the interior side.
So based upon the analysis that you're doing, the observations, you think that the fire would have continued to spread had it not been for suppression efforts?
Absolutely.
And is that area there where we're looking at the transition from living room to dining room, that's the approximate area where you believe the fire stops on the first floor interior?
Yes. You had extensive heat. You can see that the paint in the header above those windows, as well as the ceiling moving this way, had begun to bubble and burn off and drop.
Can I just have slide 67, please?
Just print that. It's at 63.1.
Can you tell us what you see?
So I'm continuing through the living room clockwise, and you can see the other side of the window, the south window, which is right here. That's the south window. And we do have pretty good soot and heat here, but not as extensive to the window on the north. So you can see a line of demarcation here of where the heat and smoke hits the ceiling here, it begins to roll down, and then once it fills this cavity, it starts to bank down and creates this line of demarcation of smoke. You have a clean area here, and you have a sooted area here, right?
67.1.
Now, was there a point in time, obviously, during your investigation where the plywood were taken off the backside of that living room window?
Yes.
Okay, and at any point, did you take a photograph in a downward direction?
I did. I looked out that window and looked down, and that window is directly above the window well. First floor window's directly above the window well.
Can I have slide 66? You don't do that. You can undo those.
Undo that?
Now, just to be clear, how was this picture taken?
I was looking out the window and I photographed down.
Okay.
You can see the window well here, and then here's the gas piping to the gas meter.
66.1.
Now, you testified earlier that you had identified areas where the fire penetrated the rear of the home into the interior, correct?
Yes.
Now, based upon observations that you make in that living room, are you confirming what you saw outside as far as that goes?
Yes, I'm confirming the fire pattern that comes into the window. You see, these are vinyl windows, so vinyl windows burn, right? So the fire patterns continue in here. You can see the window sash is burned, and it continues through this window that's glass and into the home. Primarily at a higher level because, again, fire's still rising.
Now,
66.2.
thank you, Judge. Now, do you at some point continue your investigation to the upstairs of the home?
I do.
What do you find, generally speaking, upstairs?
I photographed all of the rooms upstairs, the bedrooms. As I accessed the second floor, I was told through interviews that Mr. Caneiro's bedroom was the first bedroom center of the house on the left, and directly in front of the hallway is one of the daughter's bedrooms, and to the right is another daughter's bedroom.
Did you inspect and photograph each one of the bedrooms that are on the second floor?
I did.
So the first one, you come up the stairs, you make a left. First door is, you were told, Mr. Caneiro's bedroom.
Yes.
And then one of his daughters was the next.
Straight ahead.
Okay. And then across the hall, going east, was there another bedroom?
There was, to the right, there was a bedroom on the northeast corner, and then you came back the other way. There was the fourth bedroom, I think, was the master bedroom.
Now, as far as Mr. Caneiro's bedroom, can you tell us about any observations of fire damage you saw there?
No fire damage.
How about the next, and just to be clear, let me just go, slide 73. Is that, whose bedroom is that?
I believe that's Mr. Caneiro's.
And the next bedroom, we're going to go to slide 78. You recognize that?
I do.
Okay, what's that show?
It's the bedroom, one of the daughters on the west corner of the home.
And did you make any observations of significant smoke or fire damage?
There's no smoke or fire damage, and I contribute that to I believe the bedroom door is closed at the time as well.
I'm going to go to next bedroom, slide 84. You recognize what that is?
Yes, another one of the daughter's bedrooms. This is on the northeast corner of the home, second floor.
That. And then it's fair to say, once you examine that that third bedroom, you go out to the hallway again?
I do. I turn back around and face the south.
Okay. Can I have slide 91? What do we see in that photo?
So basically, I'm standing at that same doorway facing south, and here is a bathroom, and this is the master bedroom where Mrs. Caneiro stayed.
Now, can you talk about your examination of the master bedroom?
Yes.
Was that the area that you had determined had the most fire damage on the second floor?
Yes.
Was there specific parts of it that had more damage than others?
The master bathroom, where the fire penetrated through the window we spoke about earlier, as well as there is fire damage in the attic and the master bedroom closet, where the fire penetrated into the soffit and then burned in that area against the soffit.
Okay. Can I have slide 98?
91.1.
What are we looking at here?
This is a view of I believe it's the master bathroom.
And you make, or can you see evidence of fire smoke damage there?
Yes, in the ceiling, and soot damage within the bathroom.
Can I have slide 99, please? What are we looking at there?
It's the master bathroom window. You can see where the fire came in this area and caused damage to this. Remember what we said, most extensive damage moving away or intact. So the fires, as you face that from the outside, this is facing down this way is the window well. So that fire from the inside is burning from right to left. As we face it from outside, it's burning from the window well right, causing this damage.
$99.1.
Thank you. Can I have slide 30, just very briefly? When we look at the windows on the exterior, the rear of the home, the window you're just discussing there's three windows up top. Which window are we talking about?
This window here. That's the master bathroom window. And you can see the fire pattern coming this way and getting into that window, and it continues along the soffit. And the fire department stopped it from communicating laterally at that point.
And again, we talked about earlier, but that leads ultimately out over the garage, correct?
This does?
The progression goes
Yes.
up through the attic and out that vent, correct?
Yes, heat and smoke.
Now,
1.1.
I want to show the slide 103. What are we looking at here?
It's a view into the master bedroom closet from the doorway. Up in here, you can see the trim and fire damage in the corner. Obviously, right outside on the other side of that wall is the soffit where the fire penetrated.
Now, did you confirm anything you had learned previously from the fire patterns in the master bedroom, closet, and bathroom?
I was confirming that the fire did penetrate into that area, and I confirmed that those areas of fire damage are caused by the fire within the window well in the exterior of the house.
Now, at some point, do you go down and do an examination in the basement?
I do.
Okay. And where specifically do you go in the basement?
So I've documented the entire basement, and, you know, prior to doing all this, we also document all the utilities, so that was done as well. Documenting the entire basement through photographs, and most of the fire damage in the basement was directly in line with the window well, and it communicated left and right within the basement. And when we see photographs later, I'll explain how it was in the cavity, the joist cavity, which allowed it to communicate to the north.
Now, the basement, was it partially finished? What did you encounter?
It was a partially finished basement, yes.
Now, your examination of the finished part, what did that reveal as far as the extensiveness of the fire smoke damage?
There's moderate smoke damage there. There was not a whole lot of fire. There was no fire damage, but there was smoke damage throughout, very lightly.
And did your systematic examination lead you to a specific area of the basement?
Yes.
Where was that?
It would have been on the southeast corner of the basement.
Okay. And now, you pointed out your observations on the outside of the house, but are you drawn to that location based upon what you see when you actually go into the unfinished side of the basement?
I'm drawn to that location because of the fire damage. You'll see later there's a double set of doors. This basement had a nice wall that separated the finished portion in what appeared to be storage and maybe a little shop area. Once you go through those doors, there's extensive fire damage right in front of me because I'm in line with that basement window.
Okay. Can I have slide 111, please?
103.1 on the previous picture.
Now, do you recognize that photo, sir?
I do.
What's that show?
I'm standing in the finished portion of the basement. These double doors are here. You can see that, the opening. I photograph, and this is, again, I'm documenting, I'm headed toward the utilities, but you can see the plywood is still intact, and there's extensive fire damage. Here's the window, and all of this fire damage is located in here. You can see there's storage and rack storage, metal rack storage that contained combustible materials, ordinary combustibles, wood, cloth, papers, stuff like that.
Now, you drew sort of what's somewhere between a U and a V, and why'd you do that?
Just to show the amount of damage and how it's spread left and right. There's a more predominant V pattern here as you look at it, and it goes behind that shelf in line with this window.
Now, sir, you talk about how fire burns up and out, and you talk about, V or U patterns when you were making your observations outside. Why would there be a V or U pattern inside the basement?
There's two potential reasons for that. One, the fire penetrates that basement window and ignites all the materials that are on these shelves, and it drops down and burns back up. Remember, things can burn, drop down, and burn back up. As an example, if the fire were here, across there, and burn this screen is going to fail at the top because that's where all the heat is. It'll fall back down, and if it continues burning, it's going to burn back up. That'll give me another V pattern. So that could be the case here, or if this was determined to be intentionally set fire with the use of ignitable liquid, it could have been poured inside the basement as well.
111.1.
I have slide 115, please. What do we see here?
This is a close-up of the photo you just observed. A lot of debris on the floor, which was later cleared by myself and one of my partners, the engineer. And we removed the shelf to expose the backside of the wall system. Now what you'll notice, ladies and gentlemen, is styrofoam panels. It's insulation, it's glued to the block. Okay, so you have styrofoam panel intact here. I later learned a piece of furniture was there during the fire, which provides that protected area. And then on the other side, once we remove this, you'll see that all of the styrofoam insulation that was behind there is consumed. And then as you move to the north, it becomes intact and identifiable again.
Now, we're focusing on this area of the basement, but did you conduct a systematic assessment of all the fire damage in the unfinished area of the basement?
I did.
And I think you may have said earlier, but oftentimes you look to go to areas of least amount of damage to most amount of damage. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And is that something that you undertook in this home?
Yes. We're looking at photos before I even started to examine this area. I did this later.
Okay, we can proceed.
115.1.
Can I have slide 116, please? And you talked about a V pattern earlier, a better V pattern earlier, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now that's a photo you took and a slide or an image that you created, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that showing there?
It shows the same shelving unit, but what I identified as a V pattern in that area. You'll see that you have extensive fire damage to all of the contents from the first, second, and third shelf all the way across. But as we move to the north, although it's fire damaged extensively, you'll see later that the materials in the tubs themselves become intact and identifiable. So my fire is isolated in this area and displays what I identified as a V pattern, a potential point of origin, or again, if there's ignitable liquid poured through the window, used to facilitate the spread of intention set fire, that could also be a reason for that.
Now, when you talk about potentially ignitable liquids, do you do anything in that regard?
I did. I delayered this whole area. What that means is I shoveled it, I picked through it with a hoe and a shovel, hands and knees, looking for any other heat sources and or other materials. And we removed this shelf, and then I took samples of the debris at the base of these shelves behind it.
And what ultimately happens with those samples?
I took 2 samples. I was looking for the potential to have ignitable liquid introduced to this area and identified in the debris by Fast Labs, who's located in Georgia. I sent those materials to them, and they sent it back to me.
Now, was there any positive results for the presence of ignitable liquids?
Not in those containers.
Does that end your investigation?
No. No.
Now, I wanted to ask you about, I think you talked about it earlier, but ruling out other potential causes. Is that something that you did throughout the home, but also specifically in this area?
Yes.
And what were you doing in that regard?
I was looking for electrical outlets or devices in this area on the floor, or any type of materials that are heat sources within the shelving units. I combed through all that debris on my hands and knees and shoveled it out of the way and continued. There were no electrical or mechanical devices that could have caused or contributed to the cause of this fire or this damage here, with the exception of spread. Above this window to the right is the gas lines that enter through the natural gas meter, through the foundation wall.
Could I have slide 120?
116.1.
You recognize what we're looking at?
I do.
What does that show?
This is the natural gas piping that came through the east wall. If you remember the gas meter, the gas comes into the meter on the left. It's discharged through the meter to the home, through the wall system. You have iron pipe coming through the wall here, and it transitions to what's called CSST pipe, corrugated stainless steel tubing. And those are 2 gas lines that run north to a gas manifold, gas distribution manifold. And you'll see pictures of that later. So one of my concerns, ladies and gentlemen, were as to whether, again, we're still looking for leaks in this, any connection that may have a leak. If I have a leak here and it finds an ignition source and comes back here, that could be an accidental fire, a reason for an accidental fire. So we pressurized all those gas lines to include the CSST, the manifold, and the devices to determine the leaks. if there were leaks.
When you say "we," you're talking about the engineers that
The
you
two
brought.
engineers and myself, that would be the we all day, yes.
Can we preserve that?
120.1.
Thank you. First slide 126. What do we see here, sir?
This is later in the investigation, when we did our observations and did our delayering. You'll notice that all of the debris that was on the floor here has been removed. And up here, we tagged and identified each CSST tube and each T-fitting that came through the wall system. And then we followed it back to the manifold.
Okay. And when we talk about different lines of natural gas that kind of spread out from that manifold, what are they for? Did you determine what they were for in this particular house?
Yes.
And what were they for?
So on the manifold itself, you'll see later, there's 8 different discharges. So the 2 gas lines come into a common discharge, and then we tee out. So there's, out of the 8, 6 were in use that we identified there, and I believe we identified them as being the barbecue, the gas stove, the Navion water heater, the HVAC system, the heater. How many is that? 4. And then I think we had the Generac generator and the outside light. There was a gas-fired outside light. And the other 2 were capped and shut off.
Okay. Now, you talk about pressurizing these lines, right?
Yes.
Could you just tell us why you do it and ultimately what you were able to determine based upon doing that testing?
So with the assistance of the engineers, we took compressed nitrogen. We went out to the barbecue and we pressurized the barbecue, and then we took the barbecue line and pressurized the whole system backwards, which pushed gas through every pipe or distribution pipe and appliance. We had the pressurization to those appliances. We did discover 2 leaks. One was very minor at the barbecue, and one was very minor at this connection, one of these connections here. And that was considered and contributed to the fact that the fire came through the window and attacked what's known as pipe dope, or the putty used to seal those threaded connections. And it's our opinion that the pipe dope melted out and resulted in a minor leak. But certainly not enough to quantify or qualify the fire damage that's here, or to spread throughout the basement and result in an ignition of fugitive gas.
Based upon the testing that you did with your team, were you satisfied that the natural gas line was not the cause of the fire?
It was not the cause of the fire, nor was it leaking prior to the fire.
126.1.
Now, as a result of your investigation, or towards the end of your investigation, we talk about ruling out accidental causes, correct?
Yes.
And when we talk about that, were you able to make any determinations with respect to the electrical supply to the home?
Yes.
Okay. And was there any evidence to indicate that the electric supply had anything to do with the starting of this fire?
There was not.
Now, the natural gas you've already said, correct?
Correct.
Were there any other potential accidental causes that you considered that, led you away from the suspicious nature of this fire?
I consider natural causes, that being lightning. There was no lightning, no earthquakes or anything like that. Smoke and material we talked about. Incense and candles were not known to be outside, so they were not outside. So we considered any potential heat sources that could have been there, and we eliminated all of the accidental heat sources that could have been included.
Now, that process you're just discussing, is that part of testing that hypothesis that you've kind of come up with along the way?
Yes.
And based upon that, do you do any other final steps in the process?
So the testing of hypothesis is either conducted personally or known, tested. Ignitable liquid, this open flame can be ignited by, ignitable liquid. So that's a proven fact, so we don't have to test anything. So the consideration here is, at the conclusion of this, I determined there are two separate points of origin at this home. One that originates on the exterior of the home at the window well and communicates, as we spoke, up and out and into the house at 4 different points. The second one was located at the garage door, which showed fire damage, and there was nothing there that would have caused or contributed to the cause of this fire that I observed.
Now, so with respect to the southeast area or point of origin on the backside of the home, okay, were you able to determine what the cause of that fire was?
It's an incendiary fire purposely set with the use of ignitable liquid, in my opinion.
And as far as that second area of origin, the one that we looked at near the left side garage bay, what was your opinion as to the cause of that fire?
Well, certainly was an unusual pattern that I saw. However, I didn't see any containers or anything there. But through interviews with the local authority, I did learn that at one point there was a gasoline container there that had burned. So there was no accidental causes. I determined that to be a second point of fire origin.
Now, the conclusions and the investigative steps and the conclusions that you just talked about with respect to 2 areas of origin or 2 points of origin and the fact that this was an incendiary fire are your opinions to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Okay. One more time. Cross. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You said that you described the fire near the garage as a second point of origin, right? You also described that as an intentionally set fire?
Yes.
And obviously the fact that there was a gas can, what is now known to you that there's a gas can located very close in proximity to that fire origin would contribute to that conclusion. Would that be fair to say?
As my understanding is that, yes, there was a burning gas can there, yes.
So with the fire that's located in the window well to the basement, so that I understand your conclusion, that window well is what you've determined to be the point of origin for that fire.
Yes,
And that was an intentionally set fire.
in my opinion.
And that fire was set with the help of ignitable fluids,
I believe it to be true, yes.
like gasoline.
Ignitable liquid, yes, probably gasoline.
The fire at the garage is also an intentionally set fire.
Yes,
And also set with the help of ignitable fluids.
based on the fact that I was told there was a gasoline container burning there, yes.
Okay. Were you also informed about a car that was parked nearby that fire origin at the garage?
Yes,
And you were told that there were burn marks on the hood of the car?
yes,
And were you shown photos of the burn marks on the car?
I was not.
Okay. You were told that there was surveillance video of these fires?
My understanding is yes.
Okay. And were you given the opportunity to review that surveillance video?
I did not.
Did you ask to review the surveillance video?
No, I had sent OPA requests or FOIA requests for all the reports and any information. However, based on the circumstances surrounding the event, they were denied.
Was there a Mr. Tiberian that you talked to as part of this?
Fire Marshal Tiberian, yes.
And were you told about those surveillance videos?
I was
What they
told
showed
Yes.
in general?
A large flash at the back of the house, the southeast side, and then an additional fire near the garage.
Have you investigated fires in the past where you've had the ability to view surveillance video of the fires?
Yes.
And does it make a difference to you in viewing those videos, as far as your conclusions are concerned, whether the fires begin slowly and build slowly, or whether the fires begin with more of an eruptive force Is that distinction important for you?
It could be, yes.
And why would that be potentially important?
If I recall the conversation with Fire Marshal Tiberian, he said there was a large flash which rapidly died down
Okay.
on the east side of the house.
And a large flash which rapidly dies down would be indicative of what?
It's consistent with a rapid and intense buildup of heat at ignition of ignitable liquid.
So in just ordinary terms, it's consistent with a fire being set by gasoline.
Yes, ignitable liquid, whatever would be provide that ultra rapid. For example, gasoline has a flash point of negative 45 degrees. So what does that mean to you? That means that gasoline at negative 45 degrees will provide push-off vapor enough to ignite. It won't sustain combustion without an external heat source. So so when you light that, it's an ultra-rapid ignition. Now, in comparative value, kerosene, that's known as a flammable liquid. Kerosene is a combustible liquid. Kerosene has a flash point of over 100 degrees. The kerosene is 145 degrees flash point. That's why oftentimes you have to have, your oil heaters have to have a very fine dispersement of that oil in order to burn. So if it's used with maybe old gas or kerosene, it would be a slower development and not as a large flash.
Right. But like gasoline that you got from the gas station, you have to be more careful with because that's highly combustible.
It's highly flammable.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm using the wrong words.
No, it's fine. I'm not trying to insult you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
But it's ultra rapid, I think.
Ultra rapid, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now, if we were looking at a photo of the inside of the house. I think we were in like the kitchen to dining room area. You were looking at towards the origin of fire at the window well, and we saw some damage to the outlets in the house, the light switch. Now, was that electrical, or was that smoke damage from coming out from outside the house in to the outlets?
Smoke damage from entering into the wall system. And again, we're pressurized with smoke, right? We saw it come out the gable vent. The same thing happens in void spaces and walls. Once we penetrated that wall in the lower level and got the smoke and soot into the interior of that wall, again, it will push out, it seeks the path of least resistance. And in that case, it's the outlets and the switches.
When you were talking about that, the prosecutor asked you, I think, whether you would have expected without intervention from fire personnel for this fire to continue. And I think your testimony was that you would have expected without intervention the fire would have continued.
I would have.
And that means the fire would have continued to spread throughout other parts of the house.
To progress, yes.
And you're aware that, well, I shouldn't say quick or slow because I don't know what that is in your terms, but there was obviously a response of fire personnel to the location.
Correct.
And they at least responded to the scene very shortly after the fire was reported. That's your understanding?
Yes.
And the fire was reported very shortly after it began. That's also your understanding?
Yes.
But if, let's say, nobody had been home and no one had called and there wasn't an alarm for the fire to bring fire personnel there, this fire would have continued to engulf the house.
My opinion, yes.
And obviously the damage that you've identified for this here, all of that had a chance, an opportunity to take place before fire personnel, who responded rapidly, were able to suppress the fire, right?
Correct.
Are you familiar with a term called alligator charring?
Yeah.
Okay. And does that have to do with the burn impressions on wood, or what does that mean?
Alligator charring is a verb, or it's description of charring of wood that's been debunked in the 70s, early 80s. They no longer identify alligator charring. And what they meant back then was just simply that the wood developed cracks and formulated bridges, if you will, consistent with alligator skin. So that particular term is no longer recognized or identified.
Okay.
Some people would identify it back then as being an ultra-rapid ignition of materials causing that, and that's debunked. That's
Okay.
junk science, as they call it.
Gotcha. So that has been shown to not be scientifically sound.
Well, the description of the pattern, yes.
Understood. With the understanding that it is junk science, I just want to show you a couple of photos. I don't think you haven't had access to any of the case photos.
Public thought? No.
Other than what the photos you've taken?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you this. This has been marked as D403 with the prosecutor's permission.
There was no objection.
D3?
D1-403.
I'm sorry. D1403, okay.
Zoom out on this for a second. Okay. We have a little bit of glare there, but can you see that photo clearly?
Yes.
Do you see towards the upper portion of the photo, there is some charring?
Yeah. Are you referring to here?
I am. With the understanding that the term alligator charring is no longer scientifically sound in your field, is that the kind of pattern that would formerly have been identified as alligator charring?
No, and I'll tell you what you're missing on this photo, sir. The char pattern is what it is. You can see it intact here, yes? But here, it's not the same as out here. And the reason why is when the fire department got inside and used an 1 3/4 hose, which flows 150 gallons a minute at 100 pounds nozzle pressure, it washed off that char when they attacked that fire.
Okay. Okay. So you're saying that this would have looked different prior to the hoses being placed into the window well and turned on?
It probably would have looked consistent with what we have over here, with the dashes here.
Okay.
You see the difference? You see the difference how flush and flat that is as compared to this? You can outline that. And this is all flat.
I can see the difference, yes.
We capture that as 403.1.
Now, and I'm sorry, you didn't have an opportunity to see the burn mark on the vehicle that was near the fire by the garage, right?
I did not.
Okay. I will show you D1-203. Showing you D1-203. You can see the photo clearly?
I do.
Okay. Do you see the area towards the left side of the photo on the hood of the vehicle?
I do.
Okay. Would that be consistent? Have you investigated vehicle fires before?
Yes.
And when you investigate a vehicle fire, is it similar to the methods that you use to conduct the inspection of a house fire, or are they different?
They're consistent. They're each identified as a structure.
Okay. If you noticed damage to the hood of a vehicle that was consistent with fire damage, how would you proceed to investigate that?
I would obviously document this, and I would open the hood and see what's underneath it. I'm not familiar with a Porsche, or whether the engine's in the front or the back, I have no idea. But I would determine whether there's any fire on the interior of that particular area that could have caused that damage on the exterior.
And if you looked under the hood and saw no damage underneath, you could conclude, I'd imagine, that fire damage on the hood must have come from an exterior source.
I would tend to suggest so, yes.
Okay. And is that damage we see in this picture, is that consistent as far as you can tell with heat or fire damage, or would it be difficult for you to tell from a single photo?
Well, single photo is very difficult for me to tell. And the distance between, I don't even know where this car is parked. I know it's parked in front of the garage. The distance between the garage and the gas can, or what that circumstance, there are a lot of variables that come into play there.
Mm-hmm. You were obviously at the house.
I was.
And you did a walkthrough of the property.
I did.
And the gas can was not there when you arrived at the house.
Correct.
But you were told it was near the garage. And I'm just going to show you. This is D1-48. You see the front grille of the vehicle we were just talking about?
Yes.
You see the gas can lying on the ground?
I do.
You see some police tape there as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. You recognize this to be the driveway area of that home, 27 Tilton Drive?
It appears to be yes.
Does that can, I mean, as far as, your opinions about origin and fire cause, does that can appear to be in close proximity to both the garage door and that vehicle?
It's in between, closer to the garage door.
So, surveillance video of a rapid ignition would be consistent with a fire having an incendiary source.
In my opinion, in this case, yes.
Okay. All right, you know what, sir? I think that's all the questions I have, so thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, I have no further questions of the witness. Thank
All right, sir, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Appreciate it. Stay. But no, we can't. All right, so we're going to send you home for tonight. We'll start back up again tomorrow morning, same time, same place. Same stupid jokes. 8 a.m. We have you up here at 8:30. Have a great night.
Thank you. Have a good night.
So discuss. Off the record. White voice, please. We go back down. All right, we just went off the record for a second to talk about some scheduling issues. All right, so I hope everybody has a good night. I'll see everybody tomorrow morning, same time. Everybody have a nice night.
Thank you, Judge.
This is just like-